talk of the town, Mr. D, tvch.com. And as you know, September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And I get it, I understand. And for me, that used to suffer with depression and even trying to commit suicide, I want to let you know that you're more than enough, that the world needs you, all right? No matter how you feel, I need you to call 988 or reach out to Delaware Health Equity Coalition and speak to someone, all right? You might be going through a lot and you might think the world doesn't even care about what you're going through, and that is a lie. We do care and we do need you, all right? Your family needs you. So look, call 988 or visit our dear friends that really give a damn over the Delaware Health Equity Coalition. And when I see you in the street, just give me a hug, all right? That's it. You don't gotta say anything, but we love you.
This episode of DETV's Every Woman is brought to you by Delaware Health Equity Coalition, restoring trust in healthcare.
Every Woman. I'm your host, Catrice Thomas. I'm a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. Today, we're diving into a deeply important and timely topic, breaking the silence, opening up about mental health, as September is National Suicide Prevention Month, and just the other day, on the 10th, was World Suicide Prevention Day. It's crucial that we have open, honest conversations about mental health, a subject that affects all of us, particularly women. Before we begin, we'd like to issue a trigger warning. Today's episode of Every Woman will include discussions on suicide, mental health struggles, and related sensitive topics. If you or someone you know may be affected by these conversations, we encourage you to take care of your emotional well-being and step away if needed. For immediate support, please reach out to a mental health professional or contact the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline by dialing 988. We would like to extend a very special thank you to our sponsor, the Delaware Health Equity Coalition, for supporting this very important discussion. Joining us today, we have an incredible panel of women dedicated to mental health awareness and advocacy. Here with me today on the couch, we have Rebecca Rebke, Renata Lights, Chelsea Stanley, and Reverend Dr. A. Shellerine. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
Yeah. If you wouldn't mind, just go around and tell everybody what you do and actually why you got into it.
Guess I'm first.
Yeah.
All right. I am a licensed clinical social worker with the Center for Child Development. So I am a therapist, basically, and we focus, specifically, I focus on trauma and working with children, adults, and teens with trauma.
Okay. Okay. Hi. So my name is Chelsea Stanley. I am actually the current Miss Delaware for America Strong. My platform is called Define Yourself, which is basically advocating for youth mental health because of my own struggles with suicide, depression, self-loneliness, and things of that nature. I want people, children, as well as adults to understand that you don't let society define who you are, you define yourself.
Yeah.
My name is Renata Lights. I'm the founder of TAG, Truly a Gem. It's a nonprofit for girls age 11 to 15, teaches them about mental health, self-care, self-confidence. I also am the college co-chair for First Aid Youth Move, which advocates for mental health for youth. And my job is to implement programs into colleges. I'm very passionate about mental health just because of my own struggles and what I've been through. So I really want to be able to teach everyone, especially youth, how important your mental health is.
All right. I'm Reverend Dr. Shellerine Addison. I am an Army chaplain. I've been a hospice chaplain for 17 years. With the Army, we do a lot of talk around mental health. I'm also the Faith and Trauma Mental Health chairperson for IMAC, which is the Interdenominational Ministers Action Council. And so I do a lot of work around faith and mental health.
Nice. Nice. So we have a wealth of knowledge here on the couch, right? not just professionally, but, some personal experiences. At the top, I mentioned that September is, National, Suicide Awareness Month. Why do you think this topic is so important? Why are we having this discussion?
I would say COVID opened up the window and the door for the truth. It didn't uncover what wasn't already there. It just exposed it on a higher level, and people couldn't hide it anymore. And now it has to be spoken about. And we've had too many, one suicide is too many. Yeah. And so the fact that we can actually feel safe enough, so that is the challenge, creating a safe space for people to say, I'm not okay.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. COVID definitely was an eye-opener for everyone, not just financially, but also emotionally. Being confined in a space, in my case, I had to work from home for practically 3 years because of COVID. Being confined in that space, it can drive you crazy a little bit. And when you have no social interaction, it can get very lonely sometimes. And so now that I'm glad that we have this conversation surrounding mental health so that we can get to the forefront of this. But as far as suicide prevention, kids and teenagers, it almost feels like they don't know how to handle it. And so I'm glad that we're having this conversation so we can get to the root of the cause.
I agree. And Rebecca, I'm sure you've seen, right, the difference from pre-COVID to, life after COVID.
Yes, the amount of people seeking out mental health services now since COVID has, I want to say, doubled, tripled, quadrupled, maybe, wait lists that we've never seen before. And so definitely, I think people are reaching out a little bit more, which is good to see. Yeah. But I think with stigma, that's always been an issue around why people don't seek out mental health services. I have experienced back in the 5th grade, and I'm old now, my friends of mine that I had that were, having issues with suicidal ideology at that time. And so it's always been there. And you're right, it has been. But I'm hoping we're making kind of strides to be able to have these conversations and to end some of the stigmas, but we still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Let me just put some things into context, some stats for you. I think that's important to put some numbers around some of this. 800,000 people die by suicide each year. 800,000. Of that, 30% are women.
That's a lot.
Right?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Suicide is the 12th leading cause of death for women overall. 12th. And what's really scary is that young women, age 15 to 24, it is the second leading cause of death for them.
Yeah, that's pretty significant.
Yes.
You think about body shaming, you think about bullying, you think about trying to live up to the standard of what woman is, right? And then think about it from a faith perspective. We say Proverbs 31 is the ideal woman. Who can live up to that, right? And so you set us up for failure when you have these expectations we just can't meet.
Yeah, and we're going to talk a lot more about social media and cyberbullying, because that's probably a huge piece of why this particular age group is being impacted. We touched a little bit on stigma. How can we as a society help break down some of those walls and make it comfortable so that people feel okay seeking treatment or seeking care or coming to see you? How do we do that?
I think by people being comfortable sharing their own stories, it'll let other people know that they're not alone. I feel like a lot of times people don't share their stories because they're scared that they'll be looked at differently. Yeah. But if they see that someone else may have went through something similar, it could really help.
Yeah. But do you think that social media has given a space for that, for people to talk a little bit more openly about their struggles?
I feel like you have to find it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead.
You have to find it. Because like you were saying about this whole standard of beauty, social media has amplified that into, especially women, thinking that we should be this when we should really just be ourselves. But as far as mental health, you really have to go and find those Instagram pages. So like for myself, in helping me with my own mental health, I literally got rid of anything that made me feel bad about myself and started looking for some more positivity so that it shows up on my thread and that it doesn't ruin my day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that's part of that algorithm, right?
Yeah.
Once you start searching for things more on the positive, hopefully you'll start to get flooded with things more on the positive.
Yeah.
I think it's ingrained in specifically little girls. What happens in this house stays in this house. Don't be a tattletale. Don't tell. And so if girls aren't given that safe space to say, so-and-so touched me, or I feel uncomfortable, they'll grow up to be women who just suck it up and drive on. And they'll never say they're not okay.
Is that a cultural thing? Or is that across?
I would say it's cultural.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I would say for us it's cultural because, you know, you got mommy saying, don't be a tattletale, all this other kind of stuff. Don't talk about it. Don't do this. Don't do that.
Just suck it up and just move on.
You know what they say about Black women? We're going to make it work.
Yeah.
But dying on the inside.
Yeah, so there's definitely a cultural piece there. Let's talk about culture, but in a different context. So you're a clinician. I'm a clinician. How do we as clinicians provide culturally competent care? How do we do it? Well, first, what does it mean, right? Because not everyone understands what that is. And then how do we provide that type of care? What does that look like?
I mean, I think for me specifically, I try to do a lot of learning about how to provide culturally competent care because there obviously is, you know, the differences that we look like when we kind of step into a room. And I think that not acknowledging the differences is the first mistake, right? That, you know, that I do look different than you and you look different than me. And so our experiences can be different. So I think that that's the first step always is to acknowledge that and to make sure, specifically, at least with my clients, that they're comfortable with that and that that's an okay thing. I mean, I know we have a lot of clients that do seek out, you know, people who look like them for therapy, and that is okay as well, because I think we need to be comfortable, especially when you're seeing a therapist, with the person that you're working with. You have to be able to build a relationship. You have to be able to build trust. So I think that that's really important. But also, if there are things that I don't understand or I don't know, I try to learn. Because they aren't my learned experiences. And I think recognizing that they're not my learned experiences is important.
Yeah, I think that's number one, right? You have to, one, recognize your limitations, your biases, and then how do you evolve from there? I know in my practice, we have a diverse pool of clinicians. So at the front desk, you have African Americans, you have Latinos, and so people feel somewhat connected when they walk in. I don't go to work in sneakers just on accident. I choose to dress like this because depending on who I'm going to be seeing that day, I know this can make a good first impression on some people. And truth of the matter is my target are the youngsters, right? The 15 to 24. And if I look a little bit like them, or I can assimilate, or they can say, oh, okay, she might get me. That's an opening, and that's where we want to start. And then obviously clinically you need to be competent. But I think a lot of it is just kind of recognizing that the differences exist and it is okay to have those differences, right?
I think when it comes to women in particular, if you look at the trajectory of how education and how mental health has been put in place, you look at historically, menstrual cramps, different things has been demonized about women. And so taking it out of the box of westernized white male statistics and making it culturally competent to women in our experience has to be the starting point. We can't use what happened 50 years ago for a girl who's struggling with her sexual identity.
Absolutely.
You know, we have to create something. We don't change the message, but we have to change the method.
Right, tailor it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that matters. And back to culturally competent care, making sure things are written in different languages.
Yes.
Right? If your population speaks mostly Spanish, you need to have some material that is written in Spanish. That in and of itself says that is a welcoming environment and they get me, and let's at least give it a try.
With some Spanish people on the cover.
Right. That matters. Right?
Representation.
It really does. And for us to act as if it doesn't, that's unfortunate. Let's talk a little bit about racial trauma, and you kind of touched on it slightly, but racial trauma in the healthcare system. How does that impact us as women and deter us as African-American women specifically from seeking care?
Everybody's suspect, right? Because you think about it, right? You say, if you go to the doctor, you say, this is what I'm feeling. They tell you, oh no, it's all right, go home.
How often does that happen? All the time.
All the time, right? So I think about being in the Army, okay? So I'm in the Army and the standard is white women. So with hair, with grooming, with uniforms. And so when you got a big hip sister, she can't fit in them pants.
Right.
You know, if you got curly hair, it's not going to slick back.
Right.
So you can't do PT in the morning because now it's going to be puffed out. Like there's certain things we just can't do. And so just having the ability to say, this is what I'm experiencing. Can you find somebody who knows what I'm going through?
Yeah.
And then maybe I'll come back.
Yeah. And Rebecca touched on that, right? She said people want people that look like them.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's no accident that I get a lot of African-American males and females on my caseload. That's not by accident.
That's not by
accident.
accident.
And guess what? I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Because it matters for them to see someone across the table that looks like them.
Right.
That talks like them.
Right.
I mean, I learned my slang from my 11-year-old, so I got to try to stay up on it, but it matters.
So
right?
even think about, so I've been a hospice chaplain for 17 years. And so just the way people grieve and the way people respond to death and dying is also different for women and men. It's also different for Black women and white women. I've noticed that white women are trying to be very, calm and don't cry, and Black women will flip out. But the clinical staff will be like, that's crazy. And I'll just say to them, listen, that's just the way she expressed. Give her a minute. Back up, though.
Yes.
Back up.
Yes.
But give her some space.
Yes, absolutely. Ladies, do you have any experience with seeking services in an office or practice or hospital that wasn't culturally sensitive or competent or didn't even try, right? Because sometimes people try and just mess it up, but didn't even try.
Yeah. Me personally, I have not, thankfully, but I've definitely seen it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And ironically, I've been binge watching the show The Resident on Netflix. And I recently watched this episode where there was this Black mother who had just given birth.
I know.
And she was neglected by the white nurse and the white doctor,
Mm-hmm.
but it wasn't until the Indian intern who was been paying attention the whole time and finally got her the level of attention that she should have gotten from the very beginning, but unfortunately it was too late and she passed away. Too often I just hear these stories and it even makes me scared.
Yeah.
And so to kind of lighten the mood a little bit, I told my boyfriend, like, hey, if anything is wrong with me, I told my mothers, if anything is wrong with me, after I give birth, whenever Lord sends me any children, go get somebody, tear the walls down. I don't care what you got to do. Just go out there, get somebody, because what I'm feeling, other people are not feeling.
Yeah.
So it gives me at least that sense of comfort to know that there are other people that are advocating for me, even if I can't do it for myself.
Yeah, that brings us to a good point. How do we, as not clinicians, but family members, and I want you guys to give advice to everybody watching and listening, how are family members supposed to identify if their loved one is suffering in silence or is having thoughts of suicide? Like what behavioral, verbal, physical, what do they look for? Because unlike a stroke, right, where you might see some paralysis, a cane, you can say, oh, he looks like he had a stroke. You can't necessarily see the thoughts of suicide or even depression in some cases, because as women, we wear our stress well.
We do.
Right? We put on a facade, right? And so how are people supposed to identify that? Like, what do they look for?
I do think a common misconception is if somebody says that they're going to do something, that means they're not. Like that we don't have to take it seriously because if they said it, then it's okay. So I think no matter what, we have to always take that seriously. But I do think that there are certain, especially because I work with kids and teens as well, and a lot of times we get referrals because we're also in schools, and that's part of how we're trying to work with breaking stigmas, right? Like you can go to the nurse if you have a headache, but you also can go to your therapist down the hall if you need to. But I think, there are times where the quiet kids get not referred, right? The ones that are throwing chairs or having outbursts or running out of the schools, they get referred quickly. But we're missing the quiet people who aren't necessarily speaking out. So I think we do have to be mindful of checking in and any changes in behavior that are going on, any isolation or kids who decide they're not going to do things that they used to enjoy and love to do. Just any differences that we're sort of seeing and creating a culture of being able to talk without judgment, especially to our kids, that I'm here to listen to you and I'm not always in fix-it mode, because that can be pretty frustrating, I think, for teens. My mom just wants to fix it all the time, and I don't feel heard. I don't feel listened to. So really being able to just listen and say, I'm here and I can hold whatever it is that you need to share with me.
Yeah. Ladies, can you chime in? Because you said earlier that you've had your own personal experience with, mental health. What were some cues that you may have put out there that people just didn't pick up, that you wish they had sooner?
I definitely agree with her about maybe not being as excited to do things you used to be excited for.
Yeah.
That's a big one. Like for me, I was like, I used to really love doing this one activity, but I'm like, I'm not interested anymore. And your family should be able to see that and notice that and ask you about it. Also, another thing.
In your case, did they pick up on it, or did you have to like ring the alarm, so to speak?
It took a lot more. For them to actually notice. But another thing is sleeping. For me, I never nap. So when I was going through like a stage of depression, I was sleeping like all the time. That is something they definitely noticed. Those are two signs for me that.
Were you saying anything? Did you verbally? Did you give any hints of this is what I'm thinking?
Yes, eventually, but not at first.
Not at first. Yeah, Chelsea, you?
The same, not at first.
Yeah.
So throughout my teenage years, everything just kind of bottled up, especially in high school. But for me, it was definitely aggression. I had a lot of built up aggression, but I would never exert it until I got home. So I was quiet at school, but I was more so loud at home.
You took it out on the people closest to you?
Yeah, I did, because one, I didn't feel heard too. But at the same time, I wasn't expressing how I felt because I didn't feel like I was comfortable in that space. And it goes back to sort of like the cultural thing. Me and my mom, we've had a conversation since about this. But at the time, it was very, very difficult to talk to my parents about what was going on with me mentally. So I would just have these outbursts, and I would sleep a lot. But the one activity that really got a lot of my aggression out was soccer. So that was my outlet. But anything else outside of that, it just got bottled up until it was almost too late.
Yeah. So you work with veterans.
I do.
Yeah. Are there different behaviors or cues for the veteran population, female veteran population, that families should look for?
It's harder to talk about female veterans because they're acculturated socially to suck it up and drive on. And then they're acculturated by the Army, by the Navy, by the Air Force, by the Marines to just do what you're told to do. Yeah. So there's no space for emotion. There's no space for I'm not okay. So for me as a chaplain, I look for what they're not saying. Yeah. I listen for the silence of, if I say to them, are you okay? And they say,
the long pause.
Right. And particularly with women, I deal with a lot of women who are high-powered women, bishops, pastors, and they have mastered the art of looking like they're okay.
Yeah.
And so I will just ask the question, check in. I know I heard you say that, but let's talk about this. So I do a lot of open-ended questions to pull it out, right? Because for me, when you know better, you do better.
Yeah.
And as a woman who's mastered the art of being okay, I know what it looks like when you're pretending to be okay and you're dying on the inside.
Right. Yeah.
So for veteran women in particular, they've got a whole host of things that they have to contend with. Kids, and same thing as civilian women. But as a service member, you're expected to drop everything and serve country and not think about all that other stuff. And so the signs are similar. It's just more contained when you have a service member because they've been crafted to be the machine to go overseas to do what they have to do.
Yeah, and Rebecca, you touched on this a little bit. You said, just the ask of, hey, are you feeling like you want to hurt yourself? Are you feeling suicidal? Guys, just so you know, that question alone does not elicit or make someone want to commit suicide. That question alone does not do it. What can do it is the lack thereof or not engaging in the conversation. So just asking does not necessarily plant a seed to someone who is not already suicidal, all right? And so I know it's fearful, it can be anxiety-ridden to just start the conversation. And for Black women, Caucasian women as well, if you're not comfortable in that space, it's hard to say those words to, let's say, your kid. Hey, are you thinking about harming yourself? Have you harmed yourself? That's hard to do.
Right.
And they're fearful that they're going to plant the seed, but it doesn't do that.
In
That's
our
not
current
how it works.
society, you have to ask, are you going to harm yourself or somebody else?
Yes.
Right? You have
Yes.
to do the other part because maybe they don't want to kill themselves, but they're going to go to a school issue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we have to take it a step further.
Yeah. And you want to know about their peer group too, right? Because
Exactly.
when my teens, I say, do your friends self-harm? Because that matters. Who are you hanging with?
Right.
Because that matters.
And 9 times out of 10, they'll know before the parents will know.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think there's sometimes, for lack of a better word, it's glamorized, right? Like, and I think that's another piece of social media that we have to be careful of. I have TikTok because I try to stay connected to teens that I work with as well, and know what's going on. But there's a lot of people sharing their children's suicide stories and children who have completed suicide on that social media, and I wonder sometimes how I feel about that. But there's a lot of rock stars in the recent couple of years that have completed suicide. So I think it's hard because I think they try to turn it into something that is about education, but also kids see that and it's like, well, if they're doing it,
Social clout.
Right.
We talked about that in our office as well, where I don't want to say it's a trend, so please, I don't want you to misunderstand me, but there's a small population, there's a small thread weaved in there when it's trying to be good and intentional, where someone will interpret the wrong way and say, oh, I'm going to one-up them, or this is what we're doing now, and let me join in. And so it's unfortunate. So
I think our young people have way too much autonomy and way too much access. I remember even growing up, like nothing belonged to me. Everything my parents owned. Those are my clothes. You have no privacy. And I would take the door off. Right? So when I raise my kids, everything you own belongs to me. That's my stuff. When you get your own house and your own car, and your own money, you do what you want. But now kids have space, and I need space. I wish my grandkids would tell me, Grammy, I need some space. What space? You a chassis, but that's me.
different generation.
Then it goes to take a walk.
Then it's different generation.
Yeah, it's
I
too
can
much
understand
access, too much autonomy, and we don't give them the safe space. Just like when kids learn to walk, you put the boundaries around them. They think they're doing it, and I think sometimes we just need to do that for some teenagers. That you think you're doing it by yourself, but I've already placed the boundaries around you.
Yeah. So, ladies, we're gonna take a break in a little bit, but I want to leave everyone with some more stats again to put this in context. Women are 2 times more likely than men to attempt suicide.
That's true.
Even though more men die from suicide attempts, women attempt it twice as much.
Right.
And some of that is because of the means and the method used. Yeah. Men have a history and a tendency to be a little bit more impulsive, aggressive, and their means are usually involving a firearm, jumping off of something, a bridge or a building, in front of a car. Whereas women, even though they attempt it twice as more than men, women choose different options like overdose, pills, right? Where there is still a chance to intervene.
Yeah.
Right? And so even though men die from suicide more, women attempt it twice as much.
Yeah.
That's huge.
The struggle is real.
It is very real.
The struggle is real.
And so that's why we're having this conversation. And I hope and pray that September, it doesn't stop here.
Yeah.
Like, I know this is the month, and it's a nice reminder to engage in the conversation, but it should not stop here.
I agree.
All right. But with that being said, we're going to take a break, and I hope you guys are enjoying the discussion so far. We will be right back after this quick break.
If you're a woman that needs help and needs some wraparound services, we at the Delaware Health Equity Coalition, Dr. Sydney Teal, Dr. Velma Scantleberry, and myself, we'd be more than happy to see you. We are located right in 19802 on Boehner Boulevard. See you soon.
Looking for a reliable and efficient way to travel around Delaware? DART has a variety of routes and schedules to meet your needs, providing service in Newcastle, Kent, and Sussex counties. Whether you are commuting to work or exploring the sights and sounds of the state, our fleet of buses are well maintained, equipped with modern amenities. Public transportation is the greener alternative. Plan your trip today. Download our transit apps or visit dartfirststate.com.
Welcome back to our discussion. So ladies, we covered a lot of topics in the first half. And so this time around, I want to get a little bit more personal, right? Because I'm sure not just us on this couch, but these guys out here and you guys out there, we have a personal story in some way, some capacity. And so if you would allow us, because I think that's huge, you talked about people opening up. And here's the platform, right? Because what you say today could save someone's life, whether it's inspiring a mom or a dad to have the conversation or the person themselves who is struggling with depression. And so no particular order, but if you wouldn't mind, just, letting us in a little bit more, sharing your personal story with us a little bit more. Why did you get involved with the organizations that you're involved with? Because it usually comes from place, right?
Yeah.
Close to home.
Well, I can tell you why I became a chaplain.
Okay.
In 1999, November 11th, 1999, I had a baby at 39 weeks that was born stillborn. And so he died a week before he was supposed to be born. And the chaplain that I had, she didn't know what to say. And I couldn't understand why a professional didn't know what to say. And my family was, they didn't want to talk about it. And I wanted to talk about it. Yeah. And so just that notion of not feeling heard, not having the safe space to say, this really sucks, right? Because we try to use these flowery words. We try to make sense out of what doesn't make sense. And sometimes for people who are struggling with suicide, we try to give them words, and words sometimes just don't work. It's presence. We talk about as a chaplain, the ministry of presence. And you can't say to a person words that didn't help them prior to attempting to kill themselves, right? There has to be something. And so when I think about that, I had a soldier, we were supposed to come home from Kuwait. And a week before they were supposed to come back to us, he shot himself. Because he was so broken, because he didn't feel safe enough, because he didn't have somebody to talk to. He had a plethora of people, but didn't feel safe. And so I got into this to create the safe space for people to say, I'm not okay. I'm just not okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I got into pageantry 3 years ago. It wasn't something that I initially wanted to get into, but I watched, of course, the Miss USA pageant when I was younger, and I just thought, oh, that would be something I could do. But as a kid and a teenager, I dealt with a lot of body imaging issues. I did not feel confident within myself, and I was very shy and lonely at times. And so this go around, this is my second time winning this title, I said to myself, I'm going to do it right this time. So I created my platform, Define Yourself, for this particular reason, because I understand what it's like to deal with mental health issues at a very young age. And I didn't even know what they were at the time. I didn't know about depression, what that felt like, what having suicidal thoughts felt like, the isolation, everything, until it just reached a breaking point for me. And I was 17 years old when I was like thinking to myself, I'm gonna just take my own life. I don't feel like I should be on this earth. I don't feel heard. I feel like I don't have anybody that I can talk to, and that people wouldn't even miss me. It wasn't until I told my mom that I thought about this. And she was the one that took me to church the following Sunday. That's big in our family, going to church, because the head of the house is always God. And that's where we've always turned to when it comes to certain issues like this. But we didn't have a conversation as to what exactly was going on with me until I was in my 20s. And I just go through all of these different emotions over the years. And then 2 years ago, I suffered my first full-fledged anxiety attack and panic attack, 2 years out of COVID. And not really realizing what was going on with me and why it triggered it, because it's not the first time I've experienced anxiety, but that was the first time I experienced it at that level. For 3 whole weeks, I've been just anxious and on edge and everything. And then eventually I had a panic attack. That was the first time I experienced it. I felt like I was dying. just shaking in my dad's arms until the paramedics got there, 3 o'clock in the morning. And I was scared. I thought I was gonna have a seizure. I thought I was gonna see daylight. But eventually, again, going back to God and thanking my support system, my mother, my father, my other family members, even my friends, for just hanging on with me so that they understand, like, hey, this is what I'm going through and everything like that. And even being put on medication, this is another thing that a lot of people don't realize, that medication is not always a bad thing. I just take it on a daily basis just to control how I feel throughout the day. And I'm on a low dose, so it doesn't really affect me, but that's only part of the job. That's only part of the work that you have to do. Medication only helps you, but you have to do some work on your own. So I've been in therapy for the past 3 years, just working on myself and everything like that. And I can honestly say I'm in the best position that I've ever been in by going through this whole process. But it's always going to be a marathon. It's not a sprint. You still go through those emotions, feeling like, oh, I'm not good enough, or I have bits of anxiety and that my life is just going to be over. But I do certain techniques, like my breathing techniques, and just take a minute and step back and know when I need to step back whenever I'm starting to feel overwhelmed. So it's just a huge relief off of me knowing that this is what's going on with me and this is how I take care of it. Thank you.
I would say for myself, how I got into like wanting to help young girls with mental health. Depression started for me like really young. I remember being like 12 and just feeling sad all the time and not knowing why. Kind of just feeling like left out of everywhere. I remember starting at like 12, I would constantly tell my mom, like, and I just don't want to be here. And she would be like, what do you mean? I'm like, you don't want to be in the house? I'm like, no, like, I don't want to be here. And I went through that for a while. Eventually, it would get better. And then I feel like it got worse when I got pregnant. I don't remember what year it was. My daughter's 2, so.
22.
Yeah. I was really struggling with depression, and I was like, I'm just not going to be here anymore. But I checked myself in to Wilmington Hospital because I was like, I have to save my child. Like, I can't. So that was really an eye-opener. Staying there really helped me like see like I deserve to be here, and so does my child.
Yeah.
So I did that for a while. I really want to be able to help girls so that they don't have to go through the same stuff. I feel like it took me, if I would have gotten the help that I needed when I was like a child the first time, it probably would have not got to that point.
Yeah. Yeah. That's.
Oh, but it definitely does get better over time. Once I met my husband, it helped a lot. Once I went to, it helped a lot. So just to keep going, right, is really important. Just reminding yourself that you do have a purpose, and not forgetting what your purpose is. So my goal is just to be able to help young girls see their purpose.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I know we have some audience members, and, not that I'm going to ask you guys to necessarily share your story, but, just think about how sharing your story can help someone, and how you look at Miss Delaware, right? And you're like, right? That's why I said you can't see it.
Can't see it.
It's buried so deep. So how do we as women manage some of the competing priorities, the stressors, the work, the kids, the husbands, the partners, right? Because society says we have to excel in all those areas, right? We have to do it and give it 100%. And that's in every area. Like, how do we juggle that and still protect our mental well-being? Like, what do you tell your clients?
Self-care for sure. I mean, I think there are a lot of things, but I think taking care of ourselves is number one. And also recognizing, because I do think that I'm a mom, and I think that there's something called mom guilt that's big. And I feel like I love my husband dearly, but I don't feel like he gets that same guilt when he leaves the children that I do. Even to do something like go, have education or learning experiences, right? I still feel bad, or to go and get my nails done or my hair done. Like, I feel bad about doing that. And so I think over helping clients, that's really also helped me, right? To be able to tell clients, like, you can't do those things well if you're not taking care of yourself, right? Like, I can't be the best mom, the best therapist, the best friend, the best partner, anything if I'm not taking care of myself. And so I really feel like it does help when I have to teach that to others, to be like, wait a minute, I need to do this to myself, and I need to be mindful of this as well. So
yeah, and I tell my patients sometimes, I like to use things that they can relate to. And so I think I was talking to a mom today, and I said, if you've ever been on a plane and the stewardess is doing their thing in the beginning, and they tell you, hey, if you have a child with you and the oxygen mask drops down, put it on yourself first, because you cannot take care of this little one if you're not good. A mom with no oxygen is no good to a kid or to someone else that needs help. And so, yeah, that's a great point. You got to take care of yourself. But how do you do that? Like, how do you say no? How do you set limits?
You have to learn the art of saying no. As little girls, we're not taught to say no. We are taught to self-sacrifice. We're taught to sacrifice our voice, our vision, everything for our children, our husbands. And so we're not taught that we matter. And so therein lies the challenge. We're not taught that I matter.
Yeah.
We're not taught that if I can't breathe, I can't help you breathe.
Right.
And so we have to learn the art of saying no in increments, right? Because we're not taught to say no. So no is a whole sentence.
I like that.
But you have to learn, right, in increments. Like, you might be like, I'm not doing that. And then you do it.
And then
like,
you do
I'm
it.
Not. And then you get to a point where you're like, no, I can't. I'm not. I won't, right? You got to get to a point where you matter, where you understand that I can't be all things to all people. I'm not a superwoman. I'm not in those things. But I will tell you, it takes time to get to that.
Yeah.
Because when you're young, you're taught just serve, just do, just do, just do. And so by the time you get 40, 50 years old, you're used to not breathing.
Mm.
You're used to.
That's your new normal.
Right. So you get acculturated to dysfunction.
Yeah.
And you think it's fine.
yeah, we share the oxygen.
We do, right?
We share, way too much of
We
it,
share
probably.
the oxygen. So learning increments of saying no. And then you don't have to do self-care all at once. Take 5 minutes. And so here's what I tell women all the time. Listen, just take 5 minutes. Take 5 minutes, close your eyes, count to 10 backwards. Count to 10 backwards. And then when your body takes a big exhale, start over, right? Because if you close your eyes, you count to 10 backwards, your body's going to breathe. But then when it needs extra air, you're going to do a big sigh. So every time your body sighs, start back at 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
5 minutes will turn to 7 minutes, will turn to 9 minutes, turn to 10 minutes, turn to 20 minutes. And then you'll get to a point. So just like with medication, right? You got to titrate it. You can't just go once. So just titrate it up. 5 minutes.
People don't realize that it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have
so
to
extensive. I work with a lot of mindfulness practices, especially. And I think a lot of times people hear that and they go, oh, meditation. And I'm like, nah, I don't have time to meditate.
Exactly.
I don't. Like, it would be lovely, but it doesn't happen.
There are some mindfulness practices that you could teach us and the audience and those out there, because we could all use some tips.
I really started with this over COVID. I literally make sure I sit with my coffee in the morning, right? I do drink a lot of coffee. So if you don't, it's okay. Tea, whatever you have. And just kind of like focus on that. I feel the warmth before I'm thinking about my 80 million emails or what I need to do that day or what's coming next or what activities the kids have this weekend or all the things that can sort of stress us out, right? So just thinking like how this feels, it's warm, and like taking a sip and just feeling that and just noticing. So if we can kind of ground ourselves more in the present, because I think as a society, especially, we're taught like we're the best if we can multitask, which none of us really actually can do very well anyway, because we're not really supposed to, right? Like, and especially women, like you have to multitask,
Right.
And so really being able to say, no, it's okay for me to just kind of be in this moment that I'm in right now. And by putting our senses in that, even in the shower or the bath, like, let me just notice how the water feels as it hits me in the back, or how my soap smells, rather than I have to think about what I'm going to do next.
Right.
And so just by doing these small 10 seconds of time every little bit throughout the day, you really start to create a much more grounded, less stressful experience for yourself, just, in little bits. And that really kind of came out, I think, a lot during COVID, where we couldn't do the big things that you normally would do for self-care. Right. So we had to find little teeny moments,
right?
And it's great because it doesn't require you to have any supplies. It doesn't require you to set up anything special. You have a pet, you can pet your pet and just kind of just notice,
It's funny you say that, because I get up early in the morning. I get up about 4:20, 4:30. I go to a 5 a.m. gym class, a 45-minute HIIT class. I get home about 6. And from 6 to 6:30, that is like my time, right? No matter what I'm doing, I'm choosing to do whatever it is. And I get so upset when they wake up early.
Yes.
And now I know why. Because that's like your peace got disturbed. My peace got disturbed. I get so upset. Like first day of school, Maddie's up extra early. I'm like, why? Right? And so now I get it, because that was my space. Yes. So I get it. And so it does make a difference, carving out those little pieces of time. Let's talk a little bit about the workplace, right? I'm talking sexual harassment. I'm talking women just trying to reach that glass ceiling, right? Like, because that in and of itself can increase anxiety, depression, right? Have you guys ever experienced any of that? Or do you have any words of wisdom for women that are dealing with that in the workplace?
Yeah, because you get a lot of microaggressions. And unfortunately, you might get more microaggressions from women than you do from men.
Yep.
Right? So I serve as the first woman chaplain in the history of the Delaware Army National Guard, right? Since 1775. So when you are a trailblazer, there's no template. There's no framework. You have to create it. And not only do you have to create it, you've got to lay a foundation for somebody to come behind you.
Right.
So you can't be the angry Black female. You can't be the, menstruating. Like you can't. So you have to have 7 eyes going 7 places, and you're hyper vigilant.
Yeah.
Because now you're like, I don't know who's on my side. I don't know who's with me.
Right.
And then you have this social construct that you have to walk and talk like a man in order to be accepted. Because I can say something, right? But I can say something, and then he can say something, and it's fine. But for me, I'm trying to be this and I'm trying to be that. So really being able to pause internally, to give yourself a safe space internally to adjust to what's happening around you. Because sometimes, all the time, you have to have an internal conversation in the moment to keep you from doing what you're not going to do.
Yeah.
So what you say to yourself leads to your emotions, which leads to your behavior. Yeah. So if you can pause in that moment and say, okay, I'm not going to cuss nobody today.
Please don't.
And that'll be your mantra for 2 minutes. I'm not cussing today. And then that'll give you a minute to grab that emotion, then to change your behavior. And then you won't cuss.
Yeah.
But you have to practice that.
Guys, you listen, I'm not going to cuss today. Not today. Tomorrow's another story. We'll start all over, but not today.
Absolutely.
That self-talk, right?
Yeah.
So let me put some context, because I love to do that, because I think the numbers really do help bring it on home. Women who face the challenges like what we talked about, sexual harassment, are twice as likely to report feeling unwell and overwhelmed. Up to 38% of women report experiencing some sort of sexual harassment in the workplace, which we know is associated with mental health struggles, including PTSD, depression, and suicidal ideation.
It's still not safe. I mean, even though we got DEI, we have all these other things, for many women, it's not safe. You look at statistically with the veteran population, you look at women in active duty military, National Guard, Reserve, there's still a high rate of sexual assault, even though there's a big push and there's a big spotlight to say, we have a zero tolerance. However, if you're not correcting your brother and saying, don't say that, don't do that, it's always going to be there. And women are going to gather together and say, let me tell you what so-and-so did, but they don't feel safe enough to open their mouth and say, I'm being sexually harassed.
Yeah, there needs to be men to advocate.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Absolutely.
With you. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. So if women don't feel safe, they're not going to say anything.
They're not going to say anything.
I think there's a culture around that as well that's hard, because I think it also plays into legal systems and all sorts of things. You know, when I work so much with trauma, and a lot of that tends to be victims of sexual assault or, incest or rape or different things that happen. But one of the things that our nervous system does, and we don't get to choose, is sometimes go into freeze, right? Like sometimes we talk about fight or flight, but we can also go into freeze and dissociation. And so just in that survival mode, we're trying to survive in the minute. We're not looking around for details and evidence and all sorts of things, but the legal system wants us to provide that. So by default, we end up sort of saying, oh, that didn't happen, because there's not enough evidence to support that it happened, right?
sad.
And so then it kind of creates this culture of people not really coming forward because they don't feel protected. They don't feel like they're going to be heard. They don't feel like they're going to be supported, because the legal system doesn't understand trauma.
Right. And they got the shame associated with, now you changed everything and you're the one who said something. It's been fine all this time. Now all of a sudden, now you want to say something.
Yeah, like you're the disruptor. But like it's
What
a systematic issue. Yeah.
What about domestic violence? What do we think about that? And depression, anxiety, suicide, ideation.
We're quick to tell people to leave without realizing that it might be safer to stay for a little while. You know, we have to look at the whole picture of, we have this misappropriation of love, like we have misappropriation of funds. And so while it's clear that we have a clear definition of what love is and what love is not, in 1 Corinthians 13, stalking is not love.
No.
You know, if
It
you
never
never have
has
my
been.
every movement, that's not love.
That's
sir.
love. Isn't that love bombing? Isn't that what that's
That's not. You know, so we have this misalignment of what it looks like and what it's supposed to feel like. And so you have a lot of young women and older women who just suffered in silence. They just suffered through it.
Like with sexual harassment, domestic violence puts them at higher risk for suicide ideation. I don't want to forget to make a clear distinction before, because we're going to obviously run out of time. As a clinician, talk about the difference between passive suicidal thoughts and active or imminent. Can you help distinguish between the two for the audience?
I mean, as best I can without my records in front of me. No, I mean, I feel like we're, assessing for suicide, I think, is a challenge as a clinician too, right? Because I supervise a lot of clinicians, and I recently had a clinician that lost a client to a suicide completion. And I think that's a really hard thing to go through, even as a clinician, because, I guess we're supposed to help with that. But I think in some ways there's nothing clear cut that can always say that we can keep someone safe once they leave our office, ever. And so that can be very challenging. I think we do our best to assess, whether it's just ideation, am I just having thoughts, but I have certain ideas of why I would not complete a suicide or why I would not attempt a suicide. And then there are people that have a clear-cut plan. And so that would be a more active and higher level of risk because they have a plan. They say, if I were to do it, this is how I would do it. And then we're looking for like resources, resiliency, like what do they have, strengths, things that sort of can combat these issues or ideations, right? And protective factors, right, that they're having. And that's really important as well. So, we're kind of looking and assessing all of that, but I feel like at the end of the day, you can only do as thorough of assessment as you can do. I think that's something that I learned from a sibling. If they're going to attempt things, sometimes you can't stop it no matter how much you want to.
Yeah, and speaking from experience, a person can only get help if they want help. You can't force it. Because in my past relationship, when I was going through some of the emotional issues that I was going through, he was pushing therapy on me, and I wasn't ready to go yet until 3 years ago when I actually started. And even in that in itself, it was like a trial and error. So that just added on more pressure. And now I'm seeing other people that I feel like need therapy, but I know that I can't push therapy onto them because that's the same thing that happened to me. If they want to do it, then they're going to do it.
So let me ask you, what do you wish your families would have done differently for you? Chelsea?
Create that safe space for me to actually express how I'm feeling. Yeah, they ask me every single day, oh, how was school? Like, how was your day? And I know everybody will say like, oh, I'm fine. when really I wasn't.
How would mom or dad have done that? And like, if we got a mom out here who has a child, a son or what have you, and how would they create that safe space? Because there's no book, right? We don't know how to do this. And so how would you have preferred your family to create that safe space?
I would say, one, it starts from an early age. So if they're able to have that safe space, even just making a simple statement like, hey, if there's anything that's going on with you, you can come to me, right? Just something as simple as that. It doesn't need to be a discussion because they may not want to talk about it initially.
Yeah.
But just saying just that simple statement like, hey, I'm here if you need me and everything like that, that at least opens a door.
Yeah. Renata, what could your family and your friends have done differently for you?
I think maybe just checking in more, because I feel like obviously it was known that I was going through depression, but it was kind of like, okay, she's going through it, like, but not like a consistent check-in. So maybe asking me more probably would have made a difference.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know looking back, it's like, this is what you would have, probably benefited from. But again, there's no rule book. And so I think people are really just out there just trying to do the best they can.
I think it's also a family issue too. Like I wasn't the person that was depressed or expressing suicidal ideation, but I also feel like when you're not that person, checking in on those people too, right? Like, so the whole family as a system can get support as well, because it affects everybody in the family. When someone is struggling from something with their mental health, it affects everyone. And so, I think as a system, we all need to kind of have support in different ways. Because sometimes when you're the okay one too, like it's a really hard place to kind of sit as well. So I think it's important for everybody to get that support.
Yeah, that's difficult. Guys, we are about to jump into some Q&A with our live studio audience. Yay!
Fantastic job. Really enjoying the conversation. So I have a question. It stemmed from a part of the conversation you talked about being a mother, being a boss, being a this, being a that. And me personally, I'm an artist. And sometimes I wonder, okay, when I'm ready to have a kid, will I be able to balance it all? What will my mental state be like? Am I going to be a great mom? Can I still be a great artist? Can I still be a great friend? Like, do I need to take time off to just be a mom? But I see, people out there doing it all. But then, you still wonder, okay, what will my mental state be like in that time? And how do I manage it? How do I prepare myself mentally for, those changes that can happen?
Yeah. I would say everyone is different. You don't know. But I will say this, if prior to having children, you already struggle with mental illness, then you definitely want to make sure you have a good, solid plan in place, because that increases the likelihood that come postpartum, menopause, that will change, and that could potentially make that even bigger of a situation. If you have a family history of postpartum depression, again, that's something you want to kind of really pay attention to, because genetics are huge. People not only pass down looks, but they pass down those traits too. And a lot of times depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, that stuff lies dormant. It's like that pilot on the stove. And then those little things that happen around you in your environment, those social stressors, those kids, that husband, whatever, that bad relationship, and here we go. And so everyone is different. I can't tell you exactly how you will manage it. You will manage it though.
I think it's a lot about expectations, right? Like, I do feel, because, I work and have 2 kids, I feel like managing expectations that I have for myself is really important. And also intentionality, right? When I'm with my kids, I might not be with them for a long time out of the day because I'm working pretty late to fund their activities that they're doing. But when I am there, being sure that I am present, because regardless of the amount of time, being intentional and present, the time that I have is what's going to be the most important with them. So I might not be able to have 7 hours of the day with them, but if I have a good quality 30 minutes of intentional time, I think they're okay. So I think it's definitely managing our expectations and our intention with our time. That's really important.
One thing I will say, as someone who also wants to be a mother in the future, just this one mantra: just take one day at a time. Because one of the things that triggers my anxiety is the expectation of what's not going to happen, the unforeseeable future. How can we all of a sudden just predict and feel off of something that hasn't even happened yet? So just learning to take one day at a time, so that when it does come, whenever you do feel like, oh, this is too much, just learn to take a step back and just live in the moment and just know that tomorrow's another day.
Yeah. It's good advice.
I would say be kind to yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Give yourself the grace and the space to feel how you need to feel and think what you need to think. And make sure you're not putting yourself in a position that you can't. I'll put it this way. Don't let your heart write a check that your mind can't cash. And sometimes as women, we are moved by, oh, he's so cute and biological clock. But mentally, you just can't do it. So always let your heart and your head have a conversation. And if they're not in agreement, don't do it. Wait until they're in agreement, because if your heart is writing the check, then your mind can follow through and say, you know what, I got you.
That's good advice. I like that. Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for your question. Any other questions? Yes.
What about that? Very good in sports, popular, but then when they come home, they cut on themselves, get up at night while everybody else is asleep, and go out the house because they want somebody to actually find them and kill them, do away with them. So now they're in therapy, but I believe they're actually fronting because all this is still going on in their mind. What do you say to that?
Yeah, that's a good question. That is a good question. Take that.
What would you say? Well, we go back to safety. It really, at the beginning of the day, the middle of the day, and the end of the day, goes back to safety. That there has to be a place of safe space somewhere in the midst of that. And so let's suppose that person came to you and said, this is what I'm doing. Number one, we're not clinicians and we can't. Sometimes we're trying to help in spaces and places that we're not equipped to do. And we do more harm than good. And so just like I tell soldiers, that if that person says to you something like that, you are now tasked to be that person's battle buddy. Not to fix the problem, but to be the liaison and the conduit to get them to healing. And so if something is happening that intense, then that's a situation that you have to do what we call in the clinical world a soft handoff. And you have to get them to somebody who can immediately hit the ground running with what they need. Not all this flowery, like I believe God. Sometimes you need God in the couch, God in the pill, God in an inpatient unit. And so for me, I would say that is the place where you can be the conduit to get them to where they really need some help. And words sometimes get in the way. And if we don't know what to say, sometimes we just need to be quiet and get them to the people who know what to say.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. Any comments, question? Anyone want to maybe share their story?
Definitely first a comment just to say thank you for being so transparent, sharing your stories, and for what you're doing. I like the fact that you calling it a safe space, because I think we all need safe space, and not just to share, but also to learn. So I'm someone who haven't been impacted personally, but the fact that I'm learning to know what to look for, that's also a big deal. So in both sides, it's a really great thing. So thank you for that. My question was, I forgot your name, I'm sorry.
Chelsea.
Chelsea, you mentioned you had your mother, your father, you had a family there. Like what was that thing that made you feel like you were so alone, even though that you had what it sounded like a family who was caring for you and rooting for you?
Yeah, my family has always been a big support system ever since I was little. You know, when they say, it takes a village to raise a child, it's really true. So we've been there for everyone. It was just that pivotal time when I was a teenager, when I was going through bullying in school, and I was trying so hard to fit in. I changed myself into a person that I thought someone else would actually, because I was striving for that attention, because I was afraid of being alone. And so all of that just compounded. And then going back home, it was almost like I was hitting a double-edged sword. because my family wasn't listening to me. We didn't have the support in schools at that time. So there was no therapist, there was no counseling or anything of that nature to help me, at least in school. So I didn't know where to turn. I thought about running away on top of committing suicide. So at that point, it was just very difficult for me to find where to turn to. And it's even more difficult when you felt like you couldn't turn to your parents. And because at the age that I was, I couldn't just go up to my aunt's house, even though that's where I wanted to go when I wanted to run away. But I just thought, like, what are my parents going to think? Yeah. I didn't want my parents asking questions. That was a definite thing, because I didn't want to talk about it because I felt like they wouldn't understand. But now that I'm older and they do have a more understanding of what was going on with me at the time, and so now they see that certain things upset me, like this, like whenever I'm in my mood and I'm trying to like focus on something, my mom knows to leave me alone, just let me be for a little bit, and I'll come back to you. So it does take time for families to see certain things, but it's really only up to the person to actually say something at that point.
Yeah. And I think, more and more there are more and more resources available. I know earlier today we were talking about apps and websites, and I want to make sure that I mention some of these, because if someone is out there and they're listening and they just don't know where to turn, right? You got the crisis hotline, 988. You can always call 911. You can always go to the nearest emergency room, and they will always talk less and do more and get you where you need to be in an inpatient facility. You have, we talked about some local telehealth 24/7, right? A culturally competent resource. We talked about apps like Headspace, Calm. And there's, again, you can text the crisis lines as well. And NAMI, a great resource. NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness, a great resource, not just for the person that's suffering, but for their families and the people around them. You can often do Zooms and educational things and, print educational stuff and give it to your clients and their families or for yourself, right? So NAMI, guys, please don't forget about that. NAMI is a huge, huge resource. And workplaces now, they have the EAP program, right? The Employee Assistance Program. Don't forget to utilize those resources, because those resources can make all the world of difference.
And if you're military connected, military active veteran, you have this called Military One Source. Military One Source. And also, that gives you a lot of information.
And also a lot of employer insurances now cover therapy now.
Yeah. So I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for sitting in on what is a pretty difficult topic to discuss. But I like to think that we did it right. We did it with some justice, right? We added some nice amount of context to the conversation. But I implore each one of you not to let the conversation stop here. Just because September is identified as the month to discuss suicide, don't let it stop here. This should be the beginning. And so just like the 5 of us have sat here and talked, now I want you guys to go out there. And I know people, they're on your radar. There's somebody that you're like, I probably need to reach out to them. Reach out to them, because you have this God-given intuition that's there for a reason. And when something's not right, it's telling you. And so you need to definitely listen to it. Because of COVID, things have changed and people are okay meeting each other and talking and socializing via Zoom, right? And so if you have people who you can't see that live far away, meet them on Zoom every other Friday or something, right? Like, you have to find those times to connect with your family and your friends and your loved ones and those that are struggling. So I want to thank you all so much for taking your time to come up on this panel. And I want to, again, encourage everyone to continue this very crucial conversation, because it is huge, it is big, it can make a huge difference in someone's life. So again, thank you for joining us for this crucial episode of Every Woman, Suicide Prevention and Mental Health are topics that need more attention. And we hope that today's conversation will help break some of the silence for those that need it most. We'd also like to, again, extend a very special thank you to our sponsor, the Delaware Health Equity Coalition, for their incredible, incredible work in advancing health equity and making sure that mental health reaches all corners of our community. For more information and resources, visit DelawareHealthEquityCoalition.org. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for watching.
The following program contains discussions on sensitive topics, including sexual assault, which may be triggering or distressing for some viewers. Viewer discretion is advised. If you or someone you know has been affected by sexual assault, help is available. Please contact the National Sexual Assault Hotline at 1-800-656-HOPE or visit www.rain.org for support and resources.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to DETV Every Woman. I am your host, Dr. Dawn Shree Paramore, a licensed therapist of mental health. And today we're going to be discussing a topic that is concerning not just to Delaware girls or women, but women all across the United States of America. And with that being said, I'm going to introduce our first panelist. This is Jill.
Hi, Dr. Dawn. My name is Jill Slater-Young. I am a founder and executive director of Safe Haven Healing, Inc. We service survivors of rape, sexual assault, and domestic violence. I'm also a contracted therapist for Radiant Path Little Hill, so always on the mission to help lives be better for any and all survivors.
And as a fellow therapist, I'm so glad that you're here because your perspective today is going to be needed. And next, we have none other than Brittany. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Dr. Dawn. My name is Brittany Mumford. I serve as the executive director at Delaware Can Action Fund, where we work to ensure that every Delaware student has access to a high-quality education. And a big part to being successful in education is making sure that we are providing them with a secure and safe environment.
Awesome. And with that being said, we're going to be discussing today some sexual assault. With that being said, I do need to make sure that I give a viewer discretion. Some of the topics that we're going to talk about, including this one, we're going to be diving in deep. So I need you as a therapist to please take care of yourself. For those that are in our audience looking at us live, and for those that are tuning in on television, it is very important that you take care of number one, and that is you. So if we go someplace that does not feel safe and you need to check out just for a little bit, please feel free to do so. So with that being said, we're going to jump right in, ladies, and just get started. So one of the things I want to address almost right away, and that is the topic that we're discussing. Now, I have some cue cards here, and I know we're talking about physical violation, but there's also a huge debate as to being able to say things like sexual assault. Like, for example, when you were mentioning that your job, in the title of your job, does say that.
Right.
So I want to hear what you two think about that.
It makes it hard to do outreach, quite frankly. It makes it hard even on social media, because in trying to connect with survivors and find them and let them know who we are and where we're at, we can't say who we are, but we can say where we're at.
Yeah. And a big part is that with the trauma work, I do a lot of trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. We're taught to train our kids. I work with kids that have been raped and molested. So we're taught to teach them anatomically correct names and body parts, and actually saying things like sexual assault, have the child being able to say something like that. And for the victim, that can be very disabling to just say, well, I can't even say what happened.
Right.
It's reflective of the culture. Yeah.
And I think going further, that makes it really difficult for people to report things that happen against them, right? We live in a society where saying the word rape might get videos banned from Facebook or YouTube, right? We can't even talk about the crimes that are committed against us without being silenced, no questions asked. And then we get surprised when women are afraid to come forward about assault. And we've created a society to make them live in fear. It doesn't compute. It doesn't make sense.
No, as a survivor, it feels like you're continually victimized.
Mm-hmm.
My rape happened in 1996. And now in 2024, I still can't say, hi, I was raped. Why is that problematic? What should be more problematic is that it happened.
Right.
Not that I talk about.
And the healing that's to follow.
Right.
So for me, I was never raped. I was molested. And it's a very shameful thing, especially if you're coming from different cultures. Like, I'm a Black woman. So to say something like that, it's demoralizing. You're taught, just don't talk about it, because it's considered embarrassment, not just to yourself, but to your family. So we have to move past that. But that's why we're here. You know, we care about Delaware women, Delaware girls, and women all across this country, to be honest. And we have to start talking.
Right.
So one of the other things that because we were sitting on the couch and we were just talking for a little bit, and we were talking about personal space and actually giving consent to do things. And I was just telling you guys, like, yesterday I have a 5-year-old. He's in kindergarten, Spanish immersion program in Delaware. And he came off the bus. He has sensory processing disorder. And so he loves people. He wants to hug them all the time. He doesn't have any malice behind his actions, but it can be off-putting. And, you know, immediately the daycare informed me that the bus aide said, you have to let, this child's mother know that he can't touch other kids. So I immediately got upset. And, I'm like, how am I supposed to train my sensory child in this when that happened in the moment? And I was talking to you, Brittany, and you were stating that you started training your 1.5-year-old to have that autonomy. So we explained to him that he doesn't have to give hugs or kisses, right? Even to family members. Like, he's at the age where no is his favorite word. And when mommy says, can I have a kiss? And he says, no. I'm like, okay, that's fine. You do you, buddy. But I think in your situation, what you're pointing out is that while that might happen at home, it might not. That's not something we teach kids in school, because we have this idea that talking about consent to young children means that we're talking to them about sex. And obviously we shouldn't be talking to 5-year-olds necessarily about sex, but we can talk to children about bodily autonomy, right? And that goes beyond consent to sexual activity. That goes, that's like, don't pull on the sleeve of my sweatshirt. That's bugging me. Those are things that we can ingrain into education and talk to our children about in a really healthy way. And I think society is coming around to that point. There's a huge generational gap, right? But we're getting to the point where that is becoming more normal and more accepted. And that's a good thing. Right. That's a good thing. But we still can't say rape on YouTube. So that's also a problem. It's just,
it's the misconception of what sexual education actually is.
Right.
Sexual education isn't about explicit acts. Sexual education is about ownership of self and personhood. It's consent. Consent is not just in the bedroom. Consent is, hi, Brittany, can I sit here? That's consent.
Yeah.
What's so damaging about teaching children that? I don't understand.
Absolutely. When I was pregnant, the number of people that, without my permission, touched my belly. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, oh, the little, excuse me, sir. Like, yes, there is a baby in there, but you're not touching him. You're touching my navel, and my navel doesn't like it. Right. So when I was pregnant, first of all, back up. Before I got pregnant, I was that person. I was that offender. I would go up and just automatically put my hands on someone's belly and do that until I got pregnant and someone went to reach in to touch me and I flipped out and I was like, don't touch me. And I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't mean to say it that way, but it doesn't feel comfortable to me. And I tried to explain that. But Jill, there's something that you were saying as we were talking on the couch, and you were saying how we should have consent education in schools. And I want you to talk about that a little.
Consent education needs to start at the beginning. That's the first thing. A lot of what's given to children about consent is usually junior high, high school.
Okay, it's too late.
Maybe a very small dose. And then like freshman week, if you're lucky enough to go to college, freshman week, they'll talk about consent for 5 minutes during the freshman orientation. They'll tell you where the emergency phones are and where their services are in case anything goes wrong. So now you've heard about consent for maybe a total of maybe an hour out of your 12 years plus of education. And now we're supposed to think that you know what to do or what that means.
Yes.
Consent should be a spelling word. Consent should be built into the lexicon of educators. It should be a word that teachers use on the regular. It should be something introduced in early childhood. It should be introduced in daycares.
I was going to ask, how early do we do this? Because like with me, I teach my son anatomically correct names now. Like he knew what his body parts were when he was 2. So when do, like you said, daycare, and I actually agree with you. So when do you think is early enough for us to have these conversations that parents are even uncomfortable having?
At the very beginning, when an infant comes to a center, I spent 26 years in education. I was lucky enough to put in Montessori ed, and I dove in really deep and leaned in really hard to that. And I built a lot of concise curriculum within that realm because it was possible, because of how things were formatted. And from the very beginning, I would pull parents in and talk to them about what consent meant and what personhood meant, and that they needed their babies to have that idea of personhood,
right?
That they were separate, because it was also good for the mental health of the mother. Like we've all stated, when you're pregnant and people are touching you, you start to feel this bond, and the bond is natural and it's good. But you also have to hold on to the fact that you are you.
Right.
If you had children, it did not magically change. You're still Brittany,
right?
You're still Dr. Dawn, but now you're also Mom. But those are two different people. Those are two different heads. And they both need to exist. And in order to do that, we need to encourage children to have their own autonomy for right beginning. So then the idea is the exchanges should be just as respectful as we would want them to be as adults.
Right.
Just the other day, my husband and I were in Wallwood Gardens, and we were walking by, and this small child was screaming. And I looked very naturally, just following the sound, and her parents were changing her clothes in front of everyone for a picture. And I, because of what I do for a living, I just naturally turned to my husband and I said, now imagine I brought you here to Longwood Gardens and I ripped your shirt off.
Right.
And told you had to change. How would you react to me? That child was completely justified in their reaction. They weren't being bad. They weren't throwing a fit. They were upset because something was happening to them in an environment where it shouldn't have been happening.
They had no control.
So going back to your question, in these centers, in these schools, in these facilities, changing diapers should be associated with a bathroom, because it's about going to the bathroom
and privacy.
And they should be a part of it. So even if that's an infant holding the diaper while you're undoing things and you're having a conversation with them, you're modeling what's expected from the beginning, that they're involved in the process and you're doing something with them, not to them.
Right.
And then as soon as a child can stand, there is no reason to take them and physically lay them down and take their clothes off. We're going to let them stand. We're going to do a standing change in a bathroom near a toilet. And as moms, this is great because it makes toilet training so much easier. Right. You've already built the association. So it's like a 2-for-1.
Right. So I love this because I'm getting educated a little bit. I'm going to take all these things home. So I know I do want to shift it back to you, Brittany, because I was saying I am so embarrassed, like what happened yesterday, because it's not even been 24 hours now. And I'm having these conversations with my 5-year-old son with sensory issues, saying, let's do fist bumps and leave with, hugs from mom and dad, where, that's not even 24 hours, where you stated, you saw something on social media. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I saw a girlfriend of mine from college. She has 3 daughters, lives in North Carolina. Probably won't watch this, but if you do, hi, Caroline. Peace. And she had made a post about how it was really difficult with her older relatives, because they live in a more conservative part of North Carolina, that were upset with how she was raising their daughters to say no to giving goodbye hugs and goodbye kisses, because she's teaching them, like, you decide when you give affection to someone, your body is your body.
Right.
And you make that decision. And I was like, wow. Oh man, like I'd never really thought about it that way. And I wasn't even pregnant yet. And it changed the dynamic in which we think about it. And it absolutely stuck with me. And I told my husband, I was like, hey, when we have kids, we're going to do this. And he's like, yeah, sure. Okay. I mean, basically what mom says goes in our house. But like, there's so many other things that we do with young children, especially,
We force little girls to give affection when they don't want to, much more than we do little boys. Yeah. We teach little girls that if a boy hits you on the playground, it's because he likes you. Like, but we teach little girls to accept things instead of raising sons that won't do those things. And it's getting you to go. I can see that's just where one of the things I think is one of the biggest parts of my job as a mom is to raise a little boy to raise a man who is a true asset to society, who is a defender of women, who understands these things. Because we have so many men in power who just, for one reason or another, either didn't learn it or didn't care. And we've created this societal acceptance of behaviors that we couldn't address at a very young age, right? So I see your tears. Sorry, talking about my son always makes me, no, he's like my little best buddy, and I always hope I'm doing him right. So one of the things about DETV is that we like to connect to the everyday woman. And I need the audience to understand like where those tears are coming from, because right now you have a mic on and you can advocate in ways that most women can't. So tell them where that's coming from. It's coming from, partially what you said earlier. You thought that you had failed yourself. I did. Yeah. Well, we question ourselves and we're doing the best that we can as moms. And being a mom is really hard. And we question ourselves and we are questioned by society, by our partners, by our friends constantly because we're trying so hard. We're doing the best that we can. Having conversations like these publicly is so important to raising the next generation, right? And it's hard, but we've got to do it. We have to step up. And I love my parents. I love the boomer generation, but they did a better job than the generation before them. We have to do a better job than they did. And we have to make sure that this perpetual cycle of assault and diminishing. To be clear, like while it is a crime that predominantly affects women, there are absolutely men that are victims of sexual assault, that are victims of rape. We have to stop creating a society that accepts rape culture. And it starts when children are very young. It does, right? So I want to first thank you for being vulnerable. I know that our viewing audience appreciates that because, your tears were not in vain. You connected with some woman today that was able to say, like, those are my tears, but I didn't feel comfortable crying them. And you just gave her permission to do it. So I also cry at Hallmark commercials. So to be clear, I'm a very emotional person. But that actually takes us into the next part of our conversation. Like, we're in a very crucial political battle right now where women and their bodies are on the ballot. Not just in this great state of Delaware, but all across the United States of America. We're getting ready to literally go to a poll and cast a vote to decide what we're going to do with our bodies. I want to open this up to the both of you, whoever wants to take it, to see what your thoughts are about this and, anything that gets your goat in a particular way that you have an opportunity to kind of say it now.
Well, Brittany, going with what you were saying, it is kind of wrong. Yep, hard to navigate all of these spaces. But the fault, if you will, is in that rape culture that you're alluding to. The fault is in the system.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we have been victimized by a system that has led generations before us and created poor practices that unfortunately we're trying to recover from.
That became unnecessary practices and procedures.
Exactly.
And we need to get away with it.
Exactly. Because it was accepted as the norm. Now, Dr. Dawn, what normal really means. There's no such thing as there's no normal as we conceive it as a society.
Right.
Normal just means it happens often. Yeah. We could say sexual violence is normal.
It's not.
Exactly. And it shouldn't be. So we really need to look at where these things are coming from, why women have been taught to accept certain behaviors and men haven't been taught to curb certain behaviors, and why some language is accepted and why some language isn't accepted. This is a much bigger issue. It's a global issue.
It is.
So when we look at it through that lens, where can we make the change? It really comes down to education.
It does.
It's educating our children. It's educating parents. It's educating legislators.
Yes. So let's get into it.
People, humans need to understand that consent is based on two people having mutual respect and having an understanding and giving permission.
Keyword, understanding, meaning that some people, like young people under the age of 18, may not possess the understanding.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we get into power dynamics.
Yes.
Power dynamics come into play. Rape is rape.
Full stop.
Laws are created to protect individuals who are vulnerable. When you take any form of rape, and actually, let me back this up. Sexual assault and rape are two different animals.
They are. And thank you for saying that.
To use them interchangeably, especially if you are a legislator, is a no-no. Because sexual assault's the umbrella.
Yeah.
Rape is an offense that lives under it.
Yeah.
They are not interchangeable. They do not mean the same thing.
Right.
And then when you get into, well, one rape might be okay and the other one isn't acceptable, we get into this misconception of what consent is about. Consent is not the absence of violence.
Yes. Yeah.
Let me repeat that. Consent is not the absence of violence. Just because violence didn't occur doesn't mean a crime wasn't committed.
So I am a prevention scientist, but there was a part of me that did some legal stuff back in the day. So I am going to go into something more that you said, right? That not every single sexual assault are measured the same, right? So let's get into it. And specifically, we're talking about statutory rape. That's the term that is used. And for those who do not know what that is, it is a young person who has sexual relations with someone that is much older than them. Now, we just talked about a child under the age of 18, even sometimes in their early 20s, not quite having everything formed just right so they can make sound decisions, right? So with that being said, if you engage in sexual activity with someone and you're not quite understanding what it is, that's called statutory rape.
Right.
So that's no different because you cannot give consent. Right. And when you have a sitting state representative go on the House floor and say a 31-year-old person and a 17-year-old person have had consensual sex, even though it might not be using the word consent properly, that is not consensual. That person cannot give consent. It is very clear in law and should be made more clear in society. They cannot give consent. And you hear that often. Well, statutory rape, like she wanted to. Like, stop. We are accepting and making excuses of very real and serious crimes. You are saying with that statement that their trauma is probably not as bad, they'll get over it. They wanted to. And it's vulgar. It's mind-blowing. I know women that this happened to in high school. Like, it destroys you as a person.
Yeah.
It makes you question your own ability to make decisions. And to have someone put you in a situation like that, as an adult, that person is a predator.
Yeah.
And we should not be making excuses or apologies for that person.
Agree.
It's mind-blowing to me that we have people in 2024, especially elected officials, that don't seem to grasp this concept.
But we go back to, again, that rape culture, that systemic issue. And we have issues with pedophilia. We have issues with sex trafficking.
Absolutely.
These exist because some of these beliefs are accepted as okay, that this is normal.
And just so people know, a lot of, like I said earlier, a lot of the work I do is working with victims who have been assaulted in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And what most people don't understand, and I have been guilty of the same thing, if I'm put in a very uncomfortable situation in a sexual nature, I tend to giggle and it comes across like, oh, she likes it. It's just that, but for me, it's reminding me of what happened to me in the past. And I try to minimize it by giggling, but that doesn't mean that I want it. It just means that I'm uncomfortable. I don't know how to handle it. My brain is trying to process. It's in fight or flight. And I'm like, okay, I need to survive. So I'm going to giggle. Maybe if I do that, it'll take things away, but that doesn't mean that I want to do so.
And Dr. Dawn, in touching on that, we're humans. We don't come with an ownership manual.
No.
That fight or flight isn't just fight or flight. It's fight, flight, freeze, or fawn.
Yes.
The giggling is fawning.
Yeah. You just gave me chills.
It's there for survival purposes. But if we don't know enough about ourselves, we don't understand what's actually happening.
But for a lot of victims, they don't feel that they will be heard. And so it's like, why should I say something and risk myself being put out to the wolves and someone destroying me when I'm not going to be believed? Yeah. So that's a problem.
It's a real problem. And unfortunately, I would love to say things are shifting and changing, and they might be at an inchworm's pace.
Right.
But when I look at the statistics and I look at what's actually been going on, I don't like to say it'll be almost 30 years since I've been assaulted, because we give away our age, right? But the numbers haven't shifted.
No.
The methods haven't changed. I mean, outcomes haven't changed. The methods of treatment of survivors hasn't changed.
Right.
If I gave specifics of my story, there is someone else who just had the same thing happen to them yesterday.
Yes. So according to RAIN, which stands for Rape, Abuse, Incest, and National Network, the highest risk years for a physical violation or rape are the ages 12 to 34. 12. So think about that. That's middle school. And in some of the kiddos that I work with 5-year-olds that have been raped. That didn't even cover them. That's horrifying. I didn't know that statistic.
Well, now you understand why the education is so important.
Yes.
Start at the very beginning, because they need to protect themselves. And on the flip side, everyone needs to understand what conducting themselves properly actually means.
Yeah.
What mutual respect actually means.
Yeah.
What consent actually means. And that's the only way we're going to be able to deconstruct this rape culture that we're all living in.
So I want to address, I told you guys know I have a 5-year-old little boy. And, my biggest fear is him being in a situation where it is consensual, and then the young lady then makes it up. So with that being said, I work in a school system where we had a young lady that did consent to sexual activity with a same person of her age, and she ended up getting pregnant. Needless to say, she was scared. And it's like, my parents are going to kill me. What am I going to do? What I'm going to do? So she thought, okay, I'm just going to say that he raped me. Well, then, of course, the police got involved and they started doing their investigation, and they learned that it was falsified. Luckily for the young man, there's no luck in on any of this, but he taped it, not the act itself, but just her saying that, because he was really trying to capture the whole "I love you" kind of thing, that kind of thing. So he was able to produce that, and there were some other text messages and other people that were able to be witnesses. But that's scary to me as a mom of a 5-year-old with sensory issues, where, he is loving and trying to, hug everybody, and he doesn't mean anything, by his actions. But if I had a little girl, I would be like, get that little boy on my daughter. I mean, if I were flipping it.
Sure. I mean, I think part of it too, though, is we've demonized sex for women.
We have.
Women are not. I remember
and just a little bit anecdotally, I waited to take health class in high school until my senior year. It was a half credit course. Why did I wait till senior year? I don't know. So I was 18 by the time I was taking health class, and the person came in to talk to us about sex education one day, by the way. We got one day on sex education. And she said, give me reasons that people have sex in high school. And it was, your friends are pressuring you to, you don't know that, like all of these ridiculous reasons. And I raised my hand and I said, how about because you want to?
Or it feels good.
I was like, how about because I want to? Right. Apparently that was the wrong answer. And I got sent to the principal's office. Like we had demonized sex. I got sent to the principal's office. And I was like, not sorry. Right. Sorry, not sorry. Right. What did I say that was wrong? Like, please tell me. My principal was like, Brittany, you always just like push the envelope, which I notoriously do. Right. I probably was just trying to get a rise out of people, but I was also correct. Right. Right. We demonize sex as well. And while we should certainly not be encouraging sex in minors and in children, we also have to create a world and educate them on what sex is and when it is consensual and when it is something that you want to do with another person that you are not pressured into, etc. Like, it's not a dirty thing, right? Right. This girl was afraid that her parents would find out she had sex.
And that she knew she could weaponize it.
And And why do we do that?
Right.
When his parents found out that he had sex, he wasn't going to accuse her of raping him because his parents were going to say, darn, boys will be boys. Johnny was just being Johnny,
And the girl's job is to gatekeep.
Exactly. Right. It's my responsibility to lock my chastity belt. Right. But it's this double standard that we've created, right? And that makes me so angry. It also frustrates me hearing that women weaponize sex as a survivor of sexual assault. I don't think I'm allowed to say the words I want to say. Like, it's very frustrating. It makes me very angry because you, at the same time, are making light of a situation that is very real for millions of women. Right.
But it also colors the lens.
For sure.
Because I distinctly remember walking into the police station and I was black and blue. And the first question I got from the officer was it a black male?
Oh.
Now, this is my best friend who was black and male at the time, was the one who took me to the police station to help me. So number one, that's a whole nother show. We won't go there. And then the next question was if I liked rough sex. Why would that be a question that a police officer would pose to a woman? I was 19, coming into a police station to look for help. From those first two questions, I knew this was not going to be helpful. I knew this wasn't going anywhere. I knew this process was going to be a whole nother assault. And I walked out. And I never got justice. Because from the beginning, this lens colored their world.
Right. Now, I do need to address, like you were talking from a place of strength. There's a woman possibly watching right now, whether it be in the audience or on TV, that's looking at you and you're coming from a place of strength. But that 19-year-old you did not have that same resolve that you have right now.
That was a young college woman who thought she was doing all the right things and also was affected by the perception that rape is a stranger who jumps out of the bushes and assaults you. The reality is the vast majority of rapes that occur, it's somebody you know.
Yeah. Which is why I teach anatomically correct names, because most people would not use those names. They might say cookie or kitty or whatever the names that they use. And
that's utilized by perpetrators.
Yep. 1000%. So I do need to just pause for a moment because we are diving in pretty deep. And I want to make sure that for the viewers out there that you understand that one of the resources that we want to give you is the National Sexual Assault Hotline. And that number is 1-800-656-HOPE, which is 4673. Again, that's 1-800-656-HOPE, 4673. And you can call that number, and they are trained professionals on the other end, making sure that they can direct you to the right place. And I've never had to call the hotline, but I would assume that they would walk you through every single step in terms of like making a police report and even setting you up with therapy and things of that nature.
And these conversations are so important, going back to a lot of the topics we've touched on.
Yeah.
You don't know until you know, right?
Right.
You didn't know before you were pregnant how invasive it would feel for someone to touch your belly.
I'll never do it again.
You don't know until you have this child in front of you and you're like, oh, you shouldn't be forced to hug someone. You don't know until it's happened to you, all the holes in the system. So those of us who know, those of us who have that knowledge, it's our responsibility to then say, what needs to be done, and address what needs to be done. And that's why we're talking so much about education and reforming our culture and ways to affect change so that these things don't keep happening.
So as we start, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, and I want to take it back to our state legislator, right? The love that dare not speak their names. Right. When given the opportunity to learn and be better, we should do so. Know what you don't know is extremely important. When this state legislator was confronted with their comments, which included it's not rape the way in which we think of it, or misconstruing of the meaning of consent, when given the opportunity to address those comments in the media, their response was, I didn't realize my comments would be so triggering. I'm sorry if they were offensive to people. I guess I didn't say what I was trying to say very well. By the way, I voted for a lot of sexual assault survivor bills. See, I'm really good on this issue. That is not an apology. You had an opportunity to say, you know what, I was wrong. This is what consent means. I did not mean to imply that a 17-year-old could give consent to sexual activity. You had an opportunity to be very clear about what you meant, and you didn't do that, right? So let's do better. When we have the chance to learn and do better, clarify, reflect internally, do so.
Right. And it's okay to say that you don't know, right? That's how we learn. Like, there's some things that I do and I don't know. So as we start to wrap up, I definitely want to hear from, each of you in terms of like what you want the audience to take away. But I do want to remind the audience, we are in the midst of an election season in Delaware. In fact, in the state of Delaware, we have already started early voting. I did, like literally 2 days ago. You did as well? Yay. So if you can go vote now, but just please, I strongly urge you to make sure you understand and know the topics for which you are voting. Know the people that are possibly going ahead of you to represent you, because it's not going to be you standing in those forums. It's going to be them. And you have to put your faith or your vote into this person that's going to speak for you. So if these are topics and the things that we talked about and you agree with what we were saying today, I strongly urge you to do your research. Look up every single politician in the state of Delaware. We're voting. Look them up before you vote so that you can make an informed decision. So I want to turn it over to you, Jill, so you can address our audience as we wrap out. And then I'm going to go over to you, Brittany.
I think it's just very important, like you said, to educate yourself and to take a moment to really know who you're voting for.
Yes.
And make sure that there are people in power who truly represent your best interests, who are going to protect the vulnerable, who are going to look for equity, who are going to look for inclusion, who are going to look to defend our personhood. We have a right to ownership of self. We own our vessel. Our vessel is ours. We come into this world with it and we leave with it. It is no one else's. And we, unfortunately, have some laws out there that tell us otherwise.
Right.
And then we wonder why these beliefs are held in place. It's because we're living in a world that says it's okay that we don't own our bodies. And that's a problem. And we have to find solutions.
Jill? I'm Brittany.
No worries. I can be Jill. I think she's great.
I was thinking Britney Spears.
I would end with words matter, especially when we're talking about children.
teaching starts with words. When we're talking about children, words matter. When people tell you who they are, believe that. We are potentially, very likely, at the cusp of electing a woman for the first time. I might cry again. To the highest office in the United States of America. And we are very likely electing a woman to Senate from the state of Delaware, a woman to Congress from the state of Delaware for the first time. And it's really alluring to pat ourselves on the back and say, like, good job, guys. Well done. Look at all those women up there. But what we say about those women, what we say about crimes against women matter. Just putting women in places of power is not enough. Defending them is important. Making sure that they are protected and empowered is important. So words matter. Yeah, it's really that simple. So ladies, I want to thank you both for joining us on DETV Every Woman. Your perspective really is going to help so many out there. So thank you for taking the time and coming. I'm Dr. Dawn Cherie. I just want to remind you, please follow us on all social media platforms. We can be found at DETV. Make sure that you like, subscribe, so you can be abreast of all the news that's coming up in DTV world. So thank you so much. I'm Dawn Paramore, Dr. Dawn Cherie, and I'm signing out.
Welcome to a special edition of Every Woman on DETV. I'm Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester, and I have the honor of representing our great state of Delaware in the United States Congress. And in Delaware today, we are so fortunate to have a special guest here. My friend, my colleague, and the Congresswoman from the great state of Illinois, Robin Kelly. Welcome, Robin.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, I want to share with the viewers that Robin and I get the opportunity to work on so many incredible things together. We call ourselves twin because we share a lot of things in common, but one of them is that we are both on the Energy and Commerce Committee in Congress, where we get to serve on the Health Subcommittee. Robin has worked on, similar to me, things like artificial intelligence and how it affects the future of this Congress. Robin, you've worked on gun violence, and we both know that this has been a priority for us. We even have a group of us who have worked very hard to pass the Safer Communities Act and focus on ensuring our communities are safe. But you are also a champion on a very serious issue that affects not only our states, but our country and affects us personally. And that's the issue of maternal mortality. And so today, wanted to just have a conversation with you about some of the things that are taking place in terms of what the statistics are and who we are as a country, the things that we're doing to combat it, but also any gaps and how do we move forward as a country. So I want to just welcome you here. Wanted to give you an opportunity to say a little bit about yourself to Delaware.
Well, thank you so much. It's an honor for me to be with you. As you said, we are great friends in and out of Congress, yes. I would say, and our life experiences are so similar. It's unbelievable, even to me. But I am Robin Kelly. I represent the 2nd Congressional District of Illinois. I came to Congress in 2013, so I've been there about 11 and a half years, and I do serve on Energy and Commerce, and I've served on other committees too, like Oversight and Foreign Affairs, and even Science, Space, and Technology for a little bit.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
But Energy and Commerce has my full focus, and I'm also the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus Health Brain Trust.
Yes.
That's why I have such a heavy health portfolio.
Yeah. Robin, tell Delaware, why you're so passionate about these issues. I mean, we know that as a country, we are, one of the most successful countries in the world. We're, but when it comes to maternal mortality, our rates of death are going up instead of coming down. And of, industrialized countries, we're the worst. Mm-hmm. And so tell us a little bit about why you're passionate about this issue and sort of what got you involved.
You know, I hate almost to admit it, but I didn't even know it was a problem until I came to Congress.
Right.
And one of my constituents called me and said, I want to tell you a story. And that's when she spoke to me about a friend, someone else. Actually, a lot of people know her. It's Judge Hatchett's daughter-in-law, and she told me that story. And I went back to DC and we hit the ground running. And we had a forum right away, and it was packed with women and men because they lost their wives, sisters, daughters.
Right.
And we started moving from there to try to make a difference in the space. So, you know, my legislation was having the Medicaid postpartum coverage go from 60 days to a year. We've done some legislation around cultural competency. We have legislation around doulas and midwives, because when we speak to women that have gone through this, or mothers that have lost their daughters, or fathers that lost their daughters, or husbands that lost their wives, we listen to them about what they saw, what they felt. And also we've spoken to a lot of OBGYNs. They've been super helpful to us in planning out what needs to be done.
Right. Well, you know, I think everyone has probably some kind of story or connection. We know as Black women, we are even more impacted.
Definitely.
What is it, 3, 4?
Well, the average is 3 to 1, but depending on where you live, that average changes, because in Chicago it's 6 to 1.
Wow.
And for indigenous women in the state of Washington, it's like 10 or 12 to 1.
Right.
So it just depends.
Right. So again, just to kind of put that into context, we're saying that, you know, we feel it, the brunt even more. I know for myself, you know, back years ago, I was Deputy Secretary of Health and Social Services. And so I started hearing about the issues, particularly of infant mortality, which was a big, big challenge for us here in Delaware. And then the issue of maternal mortality is something that we've seen, you know, from testimony, people who have come to testify before us. But again, we have our own personal stories. I know I remember back, I hadn't thought about this until we got really involved in the issue of seeing, you know, one of my sisters, my sister Thea, after giving birth to my nephew, she started experiencing this really bad headache. And, you know, Thea could have died that day. I think about that, you know, and the fact that sometimes our voices are not heard, even when we say during the pregnancy, hey, I'm not feeling well, or we don't have the same resources. Most recently for me, you know, as you know, because you're one of my besties, you're my bestie in Congress, that we experienced in our family with my daughter-in-law. After going through rounds, you know, dealing with IVF, finally getting pregnant, she showed up at, it was Christmas actually, a couple of years ago, and I was cooking Christmas breakfast, the meal for the day actually, and she called and she said, Mom, something's not right. And she said her water broke, and it was premature, very premature. She showed up at a hospital and was told, well, we can't do a DNC, we can't. And I was afraid that she might get sepsis. I was afraid she might die. We ended up going somewhere else. She miscarried, but you know, a year and a half later was able to birth my granddaughter, my first granddaughter. And so when I think about these stories, one of the things that we've seen and heard is that for Black women in particular, it doesn't matter your education, it doesn't matter your income, we are still disproportionately impacted by this. And so your work to even expand that coverage for Medicaid, I mean, imagine you've had a baby and you only get 60 days of coverage. Usually it's the health care that you need, postpartum, enduring, and before. I had a bill called the Moms Matter Act, which focused also on mental health and substance use disorder and making sure we had the resources for moms, but also back to what you were saying about cultural competency of the professionals that work with us. Talk a little bit about some of the gaps that we still see in making sure that we are not dying, and that whether it is, you know, dealing with the profession, whether it is dealing with care that we receive. Talk a little bit about some of the gaps that are still out there.
Well, access is still a big gap. Like you have the whole state, but my district is urban, suburban, and rural. And I have, in the rural part of my state, there's one of my areas, there's one OBGYN that services 30,000, an area of 30,000 people. I just had a discussion with one of my farmers, and when his wife had a baby, or she thought she was having a baby, he drove 60 miles to the hospital. Then they said, no, she's not ready. He drove 60 miles back.
Wow.
And then she got ready like 20 minutes later, and he had to drive 60 miles back. So access is a big problem. Resources is a problem. And I also think we have to nail down what is it that for Black women, their pain or our pain is not respected. And that women in general are not listened to, but it just seems like Black women in particular, our pain is not respected. When we complain, it's not respected, or there's not enough education around what to expect during pregnancy and after pregnancy. So that's where like doulas and midwives come in, and that they're so important. And in my bill, Care for Moms Act, we really try to lift up doulas. But I do think something needs to be different in training from soup to nuts as far as the cultural competency.
Right. I mean, you know, you think about even, you mentioned access. You know, if things like the Affordable Care Act, if things like Medicaid don't exist, then people don't get access. The ability, you know, one of the challenges that we heard during our hearing was when you don't speak up, you might not get the care. And when you speak up, one of the witnesses, he is as a dad, you know, to be, said, I was thought of as an angry Black man. Or an angry Black woman. And so finding ways to make sure that we are heard is really important. Things like the wraparound services, like, you know, lactation support. A lot of times people don't even know it. You might feel bad if you can't breastfeed and don't know how to breastfeed, but you might also not be getting proper nutrition if you're living in a food desert. And so I know one of the big areas we work on are the social determinants of health, they call it, or social drivers of health. You know, the things that affect our lives. Talk a little bit about that.
And I like to say the social determinants of life, because, you know, your health, if you don't have a place to stay, even, you know, safety in your neighborhood. You know, some people are afraid to go out, or even it's so important that we passed the broadband bill because telehealth. And the doctor I go to, not to deliver a baby, of course, but she's used telehealth a lot with her patients, and less patients have missed their doctor's appointments. So even infrastructure, broadband, all of that is really important. You know, that that's part of access. You know, to good health. And when I think about federally qualified health centers, they're so important too, because they're more in the neighborhood, give people more access. But what I'm trying to do in one of my pieces of legislation is actually have a mobile van that goes to the areas that concentrate on giving birth and pregnant moms and things like that, to make sure if you can't come to us, we can come to you. And we did that in Chicago with COVID. There was a van that went to the neighborhoods.
Yeah, it's interesting because even with some of my community project funding, we've been able to do that in parts of our state, use a mobile van to bring the services to where the people are. That's really key. I think you're also mentioning expanding who helps us in the birthing process, who helps us before, during, and after. And we think about doulas. My son was actually born by a midwife. Yeah, Alex was born by a midwife. And then my daughter, I had her at the birthing center here in Delaware. And so even expanding those opportunities, because our doctors, our nurses, our healthcare professionals, they got a lot coming at them. And so making sure that you've got advocates with you is also so important in this work. I think one of the things I wanted to ask you about, and that we're seeing, is the impact of the overturning of Roe versus Wade on the maternal mortality numbers that we see. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Actually, it has a negative, of course, impact, because you're forcing more women to have babies that maybe either they're not prepared to have a baby at that time, or I remember I went to a hearing in Florida and heard from 2 moms. It was so painful listening to them that the moms wanted their babies, but their one baby died and they would not extract the baby from her because that was an abortion until she had to be near death before they would do anything with her. So, you know, it's affecting moms there also. It's a big effect on the states that still allow women to have their reproductive freedoms and rights. So Illinois, we're seeing a lot of influx of women coming in, yet when you look at maternal mortality, Illinois is higher than the average. So, you know, so women coming in, that takes time away from the women that are already there, even though we want them to come in, of course, you know, and feel free to come in. But we need more doctors, and also we need more healthcare professionals of color, because there's been statistics that say you do better with your doctor for someone that looks like you, or at least really understands the reality of your situation. But of course, going to medical school is very expensive. So we need to work that out too. And then at some point, we're going to lose a lot of doctors. That's what doctors have shared with me.
Well, you know, as you talked, I thought about some of the efforts that have been put in place here in Delaware. Our Delaware General Assembly has done a really good job of, you know, protecting reproductive freedom, making sure there's access to abortion. We become a safe haven. But at the same time, as you said, you know, we've got surrounding states, we've got, you know, people shouldn't need a medical passport, you know, to go from state to state. And, you know, you think about the places, there's now data coming back to show the places where they have put these strong bans on them, their infant mortality rates are going up. They also tend to be the same places where they don't have access to Medicaid and they don't have, you know,
they haven't expanded Medicaid.
They haven't expanded Medicaid, that's right. They haven't expanded Medicaid. They might not have education for young people. And so their teen pregnancy rate may be going up higher, which also affects the maternal mortality. I think what we know is that, you know, the overturning of Roe has also made professionals, healthcare professionals, you just described the story, feel like they might be criminalized. They might be arrested. And so the chances of them, you know, they might not even be doing best medical practice because of that.
And as part of a report we were given, they're leaving the states that are not allowing them to do their job. So then those states have less doctors.
Exactly. We'll talk about why should we be electing people that, like us, that have lived experience and could potentially make sure that we not only do the work that we're doing now, but that we make sure we shift those numbers on maternal mortality. Talk a little bit about electing.
You know, we need informed voters, and if, you know, if people do the homework even a little bit, they'll know they should elect people like us. But to move any piece of legislation, you have to have the right people at the table at the right time voting. As we know, it's so difficult, even in gun violence. It took us 30 years to pass a piece of legislation. But people like us will take care of the kitchen table issues, the issues most important to everyday people, whether it's, you know, freedoms around reproductive rights, gun violence prevention, your education, just, you know, your democracy, our future, people with vision that really care about everyday people.
I always say, connect your vote with your life. You know, if you want clean drinking water, vote. If you want, you know, access to abortion care, vote. If you want to make sure that you got access to capital as a small business or entrepreneur, vote. It is important, it does matter, and it is connected. And I think a lot of times people also understanding that, making sure that we flip the House so that you've got colleagues to pass this legislation and get those resources out there, making sure we hold the Senate. And then also, the cool thing is, you've worked on maternal mortality because of your experience and expertise. I've worked on it. If you're in the House and I'm in the Senate, The other person who's worked on this issue
I know.
is
Could be
Vice
in the White
President
House.
Kamala Harris, could be in the White House. And we really, literally could see us move
That's
the
right.
needle and make sure that our country is really uplifting moms and families. So,
and also, you know, yes, we want people to vote, 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 but also advocate, advocate, advocate. That's how I knew there was a problem. Because one of my, as I said, constituents came to me and shared a story, you know, and that's what people need to do also, that don't vote and if there's an issue, if you have a problem or if you have a suggestion, that's how I've learned too. Then don't be afraid to call us, approach us, come to the office.
I love that, because the bottom line is, this is not a one-way sport or a one-way street. You know, the things that we hear from our constituents are the things that we take back to Washington and work on, whether it's passing a law to change things or bringing resources to our state. But it's a partnership. It is a real partnership. And so I'm excited. I love being in Congress. I love working with you. And she says this all the time. I love my job. We sit next to each other on the House floor. We come in when it's something challenging. We got each other's back. When it's something to celebrate and uplift, like some of the efforts and work that you've been able to do. I remember even when we passed the Safer Communities Act, and I got my Break the Cycle of Violence in there, you were dealing with gun trafficking. You've been working on these issues for so long and recognizing that it's not just about mass shootings, but it is about the everyday shootings we see in our communities. When we passed that, to be able to be together and say, this is big, this is important.
The new gun lobby.
That's what we call ourselves, the new gun lobby. So don't get out of our way. But I just thank you so much for being in Delaware. I thank you for being my friend. And I am looking forward to working with you to make life better and uplift people in our communities, in our states, and in our country. Thank you, Robin Kelly.
Well, thank you so much. And I look forward to working with you in the Senate. I'm gonna miss you, but I'm so proud of you.
The incomparable Robin Kelly, yes. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Well, I hope you enjoyed this episode and got fed some important information. In addition to the things we talked about, Robin and I are working on fibroids. I've even got a menopause movement going. And so we are looking at it from the whole continuum of reproductive freedom and rights for all of us. Thank you so much for watching DETV's Every Woman, and know that we're stronger together.
Well, it's great to be here on DETV's Every Woman. Tonight we're going to have a great discussion on women in politics. Should be really interesting. We have a lot to say, I'm sure, on this couch. I'm so happy to be with my good friends here who are so inspiring and will have, I know, a lot to say on this topic. So we have Ashley Christopher, Rossana Arteaga Lapenza, Tanya Washington, and I'm Krista Griffith. I represent the 12th District of Delaware in the Delaware House of Representatives. I'm also a mom of 2 kids. I'm married for almost 19 years, and I'm CEO of the nonprofit organization known as the Children's Advocacy Center of Delaware. So with that, I'm gonna turn the introductions over to my friends. Tanya?
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Washington. Everybody knows me as Tanny. I've been with the city for 33 years. I'm the chief of staff for the city of Wilmington in the mayor's office. I've been married for 34 years. I have 2 wonderful children. And as I said, I'm a lover of the city.
I'm Rossana Arteaga Lapenza, a Venezuelan American who has lived in Delaware for 17 years. Love Delaware and Delawareans. And I'm happy to be here. I'm a stay-at-home mom, an advocate, a passionate voice for the Hispanic and Latino community in Delaware.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Christopher. I'm the founder and CEO of HBCU Week Foundation, and I also serve as special assistant to Mayor Mike Przicki. I have a 17-year-old son who is a senior in high school, So I'm very busy with that. And I'm just really thrilled to be here to speak about all things Wilmington. I love the city. I pour my heart and soul into students here in Wilmington, and I just look forward to this conversation with 3 other giants in their industries.
Great. So let's dig in. Women in politics. So obviously it's a big year for women in politics with Kamala Harris leading the Democratic ticket. Rosanna, I know you recently were at the DNC convention, so can you tell us any inside details or behind the scenes things that we didn't all get to see on TV as we were watching from home?
I think we were, first of all, it was such an honor to be able to represent Delaware. I was the only Hispanic delegate, and it was an honor. It was such a huge responsibility to bring Delaware to the convention with grace, celebrating all that the President Biden has done for the state and for the country, for the world, truly. It was an amazing experience. It was a roller coaster of emotions. It was my first time going to a convention, and it was a roller coaster. Every single speech, every single person on that stage was so inspiring. We started with Michelle Obama also saying, do something, and empowering you to take charge. So that was so many things to tell and to share. It was a wonderful experience overall.
And there were so many speeches that I could listen to over and over and over again. But Michelle Obama's speech was just hands down. I've listened to it a few times, and it does make you want to get up and work and move and do something. So that was a joy. Ashley, what are you thinking this year with politics? And you work for the mayor, and you've been there for a while, so you get to see a lot of behind the scenes, as we know Tanny does too. What are you seeing for women in politics in the city?
Yeah, well, I'll say, starting with the DNC, I have to agree about Michelle Obama's speech. It was incredible, and I may be alone in these thoughts, but before the convention, when I heard that she was speaking, I was like hoping that she did not say, when they go low, we go high, because that was a school of thought that only lasted for a brief moment. I feel like the climate of politics right now requires a little bit more grit and fight. So I was so happy to see that she rebranded that to like, no, do something. So it's so exciting just to hear her speaking. And as far as just like women in politics, period, across the entire political landscape, I think it's incredible to see a lot of women stepping up. One of the things that I do encourage, my peers to consider when it's time to, select your elected official is to make sure you evaluate track records, impact, ethics, right? I am a person that's skilled in my trade. I do well for myself as a mother, a parent, a businesswoman. I perform well as special assistant to the mayor, but it's not because I'm a woman, and it's not because I'm Black. I just happen to be Black and perform well and be qualified and skilled. So what I encourage people, around me when we have these conversations to do, when it's time to start, deciding who is going to represent you and your constituent base, look at track records, do the research, see what this person is actually going to, what are they going to do once they get in office, right? Because we are far beyond the times, right? This is not Family Feud or the Oscars where you can just root for everybody Black. Politics are not included in that, right? This is a dire time for us to choose the right leaders from local all the way up to the president. So I just encourage everybody to divert themselves away from that school of thought. Like, if you're a woman, I'm voting for you. If you're Black, I'm voting for you. If you're Hispanic, I'm voting for you. There's a lot more research we have to dive into to pick the best leaders to represent us.
That's a great point, Ashley. Thank you for that. And here in Delaware, I mean, we're small, as we all know, and we know everyone, or soon know everyone, and their cousins and friends and relatives, et cetera, neighbors. We have a great opportunity to get to know all the candidates. I mean, there's so many things that and events that candidates are showing up for. And it's the best thing. I've always found the best thing when I'm running for office is when someone tries to connect with me and really get to know, you know, what I'm about, what I care about, what I stand for. And then it gives me the really more important opportunity to ask the constituent or voter what they care about. Because that's my job. And it does shape what we do and how we do it. I learn more about what I'm supposed to do in Dover by listening to the nuances of what people say to me are important to them. So I think there's great perspective. Tanny, what do you say about women in politics in the city these days?
As a Democrat, I'm very excited. We have a presidential candidate that is highly intelligent, has a good platform, and is not going to put up with the stuff. Okay, so the stuff, right? She's not going to put up with the stuff. But she's a woman that when you look at her, you don't say, I'm just going to vote for her because she's a woman. You know, you're going to vote for her because of what she believes in and in her integrity. And that's important, not only at the national level, but also at the local level. So I want everybody to really be introspective right now. And when they look at their candidates, look at the character of a person, look at their record. The record speaks volumes. I pride myself on attaching to, because I have a long storied life in politics. I've been there for 33 years. But every boss, every elected official that I've gotten behind, they have been highly intelligent, they have a high degree of integrity, and they have the city's best interests at heart. So think about that when you go to the booths. Think about not just gender or race, think about who's going to take you forward.
Yeah, it's a really awesome thing.
Yeah. So,
I always found this funny. When I was running in 2018, I ran against a great woman for a primary, and then I ran against another great woman for the general election, and I was able to win both. But the comment that always struck me as really interesting, if not a little upsetting, was, and I heard it over and over, was it's just a shame that three women, you know, that there's women running against each other. And it would get me every time, because to me, I'm like, that's progress. How many decades have we seen men running against each other and nobody says anything? I mean, it's just how it's been. So why shouldn't women run against each other? And in fact, I think for both of those elections, we can say, despite the atmosphere that is in politics these days, that those are really nice elections. Yes, it's a little uncomfortable to run against somebody. Sure. You've got to keep your eye on the ball and really focus on your team and getting the job done, but it was really peaceful. I mean, for what I've seen happen over the last 6 years, it was very peaceful, and I hope that we can keep that tradition going. It reminded me, Tanny, of what you were saying with Vice President Harris, and the other comment that's always gotten to me is that when people criticize her and say she's not experienced enough, I'm like, I don't understand that. If you had a man who was prior vice president, senator, attorney general of the state of California, a DA, I mean, yeah, what more do we need?
The reality is that a lot of the men that run for office and are elected officials sometimes are less qualified than women. We as women are always trying to make sure we have the credentials, enough credentials to be able to empower ourselves and to run for office or to support a candidate. But men don't think that way. So we actually, as women, need to claim the spaces and be our own, to push yourself to open the door and to keep breaking ceilings as well. So
excellent point. Yeah. So I wonder I want to take the audience at what issues, since we are talking about what we're thinking about as important in politics with the 2024 election coming right up. What's important to everybody out? Does anybody want to raise their hand and tell us what's important? Yes, Lauren.
and what really not doing undoubtedly we need what your thoughts are about bench who have yelled what they down or they get some hot meaning.
That's a great question.
It is a good question.
You know, I will say, I think if you just look at the changes that we've had in the General Assembly over the last 6 years, it's phenomenal. The General Assembly is beginning to look like the people of Delaware, all of the people of Delaware. I think we're at half and half, or a little more than half of the House are women. I mean, my grandmother, when she was an immigrant from Ireland, she had only an 8th grade education. She worked as a maid from like the age of 12 through until she got married, moved to New Hampshire, raised a family. And in the 50s, she ran for office. She ran for state senate and she won. Nice. And at that time, I think there were just a couple of women elected in the Senate there. And so that was always my inspiration. But to think that there would only be 1 or 2 just shocks me. And I hear Representative Stephanie T. Bolden talking a lot about when she was the only member of the Black Caucus in the House, you know, and how lonely that must have been. And so, you know, we have seen great changes, and I think you see that also in how policy is coming out and how legislation's coming out. Women are passionate about issues, for sure. So everybody's showing their passion by the bills that they're doing. I said that recently to Representative Ray Moore, who had this wonderful bill to provide school meals in schools for more children. She has been pushing and pushing and pushing for that piece of legislation for a long time, and finally she got a bill that got made so much progress. And I said to her, "Is this your passion bill?" She goes, "It is my passion bill." You know, so you see that enthusiasm and joy and really hard work happening, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that there are more women representing.
In our perspective, I think are crucial, are important. We are the ones who are building the community anyway, so why not taking the spaces to raise our voices and be the voice for those who are still shy enough to advocate for their community. We are the ones raising families, and we have done this for centuries, right? Like we are building, raising our families together. This is a therapy itself and a topic that we are all very passionate about, and we learn from each other too. So the fact that we don't have enough women in offices, and not just elected officials, but running companies and CEOs, so our daughters can see it. And as a mother of 3 boys myself, I want my boys to be able to see the first female president of the United States. I want my boys to see our state or Congress delegation to be all women, you know. That is important, so we can not really divide because of gender, but be inclusive and understand each other from different perspectives. I think that it's crucial.
Yeah. Now, Rossana, you've been very involved in a lot of different issues. So if I asked you, what's your passion issue? What are some of the issues that you've really worked on that have been really important to you?
So my story, it's I'm an immigrant, a child that grew up in North Carolina, and I couldn't go to college. So I went into banking, became a young mom, moved to Delaware following my husband's career, and Delaware has embraced our family, and I am forever thankful of the community that we have built here. But as a Venezuelan American, one of the issues that can be jumping into environments that were not mine, and I'm sorry for English as a second language right here.
Great.
But I realized that my community didn't have the voice because we come from a broken political system that has damaged us. So we literally put our heads down and work and provide for our families, but we don't claim the spaces. So, and as a mother of boys, I said to myself, it's like, what kind of example I want for my boys to see? A woman who is happily making dinners. I love cooking, and we are multifaceted, right? We're moms, we're wives, we're daughters, we are community advocates. We are being a woman, that's the beauty, that we can embrace all of these chapters in our life and different talents and different passions that we have. But it was very important for me to be the voice, so I can ask my kids to be that ally that I want them someday for them to be with their wives, if they choose to have wives, or and as fathers, and as just a political figure. Why not? So, and as a Venezuelan, we face the worst humanitarian crisis in the Western Hemisphere. So that was one thing that I was very uncomfortable, but I kind of said, I need to learn more about this. This is a topic that I don't manage. I didn't go to a public administration office or political science, and I say, no, I'm the person. I'm Venezuelan American. My kids are Venezuelan Americans, and they need someone that is the voice for what is needed, and being able to communicate with the great delegation of Delaware and all their political officials. It's been the greatest privilege. It gives me purpose, and we all looking for that, for purpose, a sense of purpose.
Yeah, you've done so much to educate our community about Venezuela, and you know, every year you help to raise the flag here in the city. Yeah. So, which is exciting. What day when is that usually?
So, but for Venezuelans, our Independence Day is July 5th. So 3 years ago, we started raising the flag in downtown Wilmington and at Rodney Square. We've done it for 3 years. And it's the day right after July 4th, our Independence Day. So for my kids to see that, and for the community to be able to see that we are not really different. We like to divide ourselves white, brown, black, whatever little box they want to phrase us. But at the end of the day, the commonality of we want communities to be safe, we want the economy to work, we want schools to work for our families. That's what brings us together in general. So
thank you, that was great. Now, Ashley, what has become what drives you? What issue has become so important? I mean, I think I might be, I know one thing for sure, but what would you say?
No, yeah, I just wanted to, if I could, go back to Marla's question. When she asked about getting young women involved, do we have the bench? I think it's really critically important for current electeds to start mentoring those to take their positions as they trickle out, right? Far too often you see people staying in positions probably a little longer than they should. And when it's time to run, when it's time for them to exit, it's hard to find someone to fill that void. So I think that's a good way for people to start changing their perspective, to get more young people involved in politics. Another thing that I noticed over the last several election cycles, one thing that I used to pride myself about is how Delaware campaigns and elections, they don't get as nasty as all of the surrounding states. And I always admired that, right? So like here in our state, we're able to keep a certain level of decorum. Even if you cannot stand your opponent, it never gets to a particularly nasty or below the belt attack. And I think this cycle, we're seeing a little different, right? Particularly against women, and not necessarily in our city election, but it's becoming exhausting to see. It's a turnoff. And I think that's something that will either turn off the next generation of potential electeds or energize them. So I would like to see us be able to, I mean, there's a way to tell somebody one good time that you don't like what they're doing, what they're representing, or, you know, there's a way to communicate that. But to consistently just attack below the belt, I mean, every time I open my mailbox, there's something in there that is just outrageous. And it doesn't involve truth, right? These are all just like personal attacks. So I think we got to get back to the old, system that we had, at least when it came to a certain level of respect amongst the entire election process. Because if we're able to do that, I think, and then we couple that with this mentoring and recognizing when it's time to retire, I think we can see a good change in having some young people come into these elected positions. And what you were probably thinking was correct to address the question. It's always education for the Black and brown community. As an HBCU alum 2 times, graduating from Howard University, and yes, HU, and the University of DC Law School. You know, the experience I got from these institutions, I can't even articulate how powerful it has been. While I was at Howard University, I served as vice chair of the Homecoming Steering Committee. If you've ever been to Howard Homecoming, hundreds of thousands of people descend upon the nation's capital to experience Howard Homecoming. But that's what gave me the clear backdrop on large-scale event planning. So I was able to take that and create HBCU Week here for students to get that cultural experience. So, I mean...
Can you talk about HBCU Week? Because it's just amazing. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, who knows about HBCU Week here? Everybody? Well, good. That's great. Spread the word.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, I mean, for starters, I started this back in 2017 under the leadership of Mayor Mike Przicki. I brought this idea to him and Tanny, Chief of Staff, that I had to just start this initiative to get students directly involved in the HBCU process to see, you know, if it's an option for them, how can they attend, just to expose them to what the opportunity would look like. And in 2017, we had our first college fair where we marketed the event expecting about 200 students, but we got 700.
Wow.
So we knew that, hey, we might really be on something here. So we continued to develop the idea. And just last year, we had 13,000 students at our college fair.
13,000 students.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy, but it's 13,000, thank you. But the laser focus is to just give students the opportunity to go to their choice HBCU and minimize that debt as much as possible. It changes your life. I mean, my HBCU experience taught me that no matter what room I walk into, I add value and I belong. If I'm the minority, if I'm amongst the majority, that energy doesn't change. And I'm not sure I would have gotten that if I didn't have that 4-year experience surrounded by people who looked like me with the same goals and drive and ambition. And I just think that that sense of confidence is something that every Black and brown student deserves to have as they matriculate into the real world.
Well, I imagine just by what you've said tonight, you are a mentor to so many people. And I would say mentors for elected officials don't have to be, or the new elected officials coming up, don't have to be elected officials. And perhaps you get more out of other people who are not elected officials, you know, to get that perspective, because it's really about how you interact or connect with people and how you feel about yourself and how you want to change things and improve things. So I think you would be a great mentor to that bench coming up. And as would you, Tanny.
Yeah.
Tanny, tell us about your 33 years in the city of Wilmington. Can we all give Tanny
That is amazing. Yeah, you don't even look old enough to have worked 33
years appointed.
Yeah, appointed.
33 years on the 9th floor.
Wow.
33 years between city council and the mayor's office.
Wow.
So what I'm going to just take this in a totally different direction because I'm really interested in not only my panel members, but also the audience. I mean, we're coming up on September 10th. It's a very important election on where the city is going. So I'm just curious to see what they're looking for in terms of an elected official and, you know, just to get an ideal of where they see the city now, where they want it to go, and who that person, maybe you can keep the name to yourself, but what you're looking for in terms of people's platforms and policies going into this September 10th election.
That's a great question. Yeah. Does anybody want to answer that? Rita goes.
No? No? Is this
yes, you do.
Well, and I want to answer too because I had a question too that's so wrong with one. I'm always looking for someone who's overall, I feel like, for lack of a better word, even keeled. I want someone who is focused overall on the bigger picture. And like Ashley touched on this earlier, a couple of you touched on it. regarding the get deal thing and then race being bigger than if you're male or female. So those are the kinds of things I'm looking for. I'm looking if you're going to make sound decisions. So we mentioned earlier about it being small here. So a lot of decisions can be made based on you knowing a little more than you should know, maybe personally about someone. So overall, I want to know that you can know something personally about someone and still operate towards the larger picture. And with that being said, my question back to you is, do you believe in the thought of it's not appropriate to speak about politics? Because I find in certain social circles that if you speak about politics, a lot of people aren't comfortable being themselves and being honest about who they're actually going to vote for and why. You know, so this is women in politics. I feel like we should kind of touch on that as a group on how we are navigating those friendships, those relationships where we all don't agree. I expect to be in the group where no one agrees. I love those conversations, but I find that a lot of people don't like that. So, you know, along the same lines of what you're asking, but just throwing that out is what.
Well, that's a great question. I mean, I think it depends, right? Like, I don't mind having discussions and arguments and disagreements. I get excited about that. You know, it's just more fun to hear what people have to say and, challenge me a little bit and vice versa. But I think there's some people in a group and there could be toxicity in the group. And when that's happening and voices aren't able to be authentic, you can sense that. And so I think that's when the conversation turns. I think it's unfortunate because this is, the exchange of ideas is so critical to our democracy. And the authenticity of those ideas is critical. And when you can't have those discussions, either be it politics or policy or what have you, to me it's crushing, but it's a fact, it's a reality, it's here. So I hope one day we can move past the negativity that we've all experienced so that we can have more freer discussions. But for the moment, I think it depends on the group. I don't know, Tanny, what do you think?
I think it depends on the setting. But for me personally, I consider myself very authentic and open. And, I try to appreciate and respect other people's opinions. But at the same time, you will know mine. So, I mean, anybody who knows me knows that I'm just going to share what I feel, But we need to have these conversations. Yes. We don't need to shy away from them at this critical juncture in our life, And so I would encourage people, even when it's uncomfortable, to engage that. To kind of push it along. If they're not comfortable with it, then by all means, then just leave it alone. But it's good so you can have that back and forth and appreciate other people's perspective, but at the same time share your own.
So, did I mention that I grew up in North Carolina earlier? It's a red state, and it's a blessing to be able to have a complex conversation. It can be as complex as you want it, but it also can be as simple and give an olive branch. I think the environment of politics that we have recently, it's very toxic, as we all know, and we need to withdraw ourselves from that environment. We need to be, no one is going to convince people, but we need to be able to have rooms, spaces like this one, and have difficult conversations where instead of putting your opinion on somebody's throat or vice versa, you're using your human commonality to bring people together. Oh, I understand why you think like that. I didn't consider it. And more importantly, I think it is extremely important to open more spaces with your family and with your friends and with colleagues, everyone really, even your Uber driver, everyone that will have the interest in having these sort of conversations
because there's so much misinformation, disinformation. Our communities are being victim of that. So when I hear this happens a lot to the Hispanic community, when there are AI with the technology that we are blessed to have, but also a little curse, we need to be able to have smart conversations and monitor. It's like, oh, by the way, here's the link of a different side of the story, and flip the coin. And instead of being confrontational, ask about, so tell me more about it. Just like we do with our kids at the kitchen table. It's like, okay, tell me about it. Why do you think that? And try to open rooms for complex conversation, as I mentioned. I like difficult conversations, so, but we need to take the confrontational aspect away.
Well, that's a great point. And just to rest on the pipe for a second, apparently we're going to take a little break, and we'll be right back.
DETV has been Delaware's premium provider of creative digital and broadcasting solutions that bridges communities and connects people. We create great stories for all audiences. We deliver independent news throughout Delaware. We are digital platform innovators. And we develop marketing and sales solutions so you can stay connected to your audience. Now, why do we do what we do here on DETV? We do it because we care. So, keep watching and follow us on all of our social media platforms. Remember, DETV, online, on air, on time.
Welcome back to Women in Politics. We had a great question from an audience member about what it's like these days to talk about politics amongst friend groups, family groups, etc., and how to navigate that when it gets uncomfortable. And Ashley, you hadn't had a chance yet to answer it. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the question. I think it was framed, is it appropriate, to talk about politics? And my answer is probably going to be a little different from everybody, but I would completely abandon whether or not it's appropriate. I think it's essential. I mean, right now, in this political landscape, you have got to take every opportunity to have these discussions, to talk about the candidates, their track records, and how this election can affect you. So I would absolutely abandon that thought about whether or not it's appropriate and just have the conversations. I mean, yeah.
So what happened? Okay, all right, let's play this out, Ashley. So you're, you know who you want to vote for president, and you know who you don't want to vote for president, and someone who wants to vote for the other candidate is just coming at you and won't give up and is digging in, and gets to be to a tenor where like it gets uncomfortable. So what do you, and that happens statewide.
Yeah.
It happens in city politics.
Yeah.
It happens in state politics. So what do you do when you get in those? Because we've all been there, right? We've all been the like, are we going to duck and hide or are we going to duke it out? Like what do you do? What do you suggest?
I mean, I think we all have that instinct and know when it's time to walk away, right? Yeah. But I don't think that we should, I guess, worry so much about all the what ifs before we go into the conversations, instead of just going into it with the best intention, speaking your piece and articulating why you think this person should or should not be in office. And I think, just try your best to maintain decorum during the conversation. And if that's not possible, you got to walk away. But I mean, like Tanny and I in the mayor's office, we talk about all kinds of things, the elections on all the levels.
Every day at 9 o'clock, around the table with all the staff, and they're made up of African American and Caucasian and different everything. They're just, we are the world. And we have very candid conversations.
Yes.
And sometimes people leave with hurt feelings, but, I think we're comfortable enough that we're like family in the mayor's office. Actually, we are family, and we can freely express ourselves. And we've had people stomp out, walk out, slam doors, and then we come back and love each other. Right? It happens a lot. But I mean, we get value out of having those candid conversations, because I get to hear other people's perspective that I may not thought about things a certain way, and then sometimes you get more sensitive to certain issues, right? And so I welcome it all day long.
That's right. And you also, like, you never know what someone's going to say, right? You should assume that they're going to be in a particular position. The other day, it was the first day of early voting, so I just wore a generic T-shirt that said vote, period. It didn't say not a specific color, no specific animal, nothing. And I was at the store, and a guy came up to me and said, "I love your T-shirt." And I was like, like, wonder what, where is he at and all of this. I'm like, oh, why? Like, why do you like the shirt? And so, like, and I talked to him, I feel like I have to tell everybody how to vote, when to vote, all of that. And I go, why do you like the shirt? He's like, because it's just so important. And then we got into a longer conversation, and then I think our frozen goods were melting, and so we ended it. But like it was kind of nice. It didn't get bad. It just and he had some differences than I did, but
even when you don't wear a nice T-shirt, and I have been known to do that, and I walk around my neighborhood and it invokes conversation. Sometimes it's uncomfortable, but I like people to know where I stand, and I get to hear their perspective, as I said, and it's just, it's the needed thing to do. You know what I mean? You have to do these things.
And it is an uncomfortable sometimes situation to be talking about politics or religion, because it's being taught to us that we do not talk about politics and religion. And I think it's time to change, and like I said before, flip the coin and embrace those uncomfortable conversations, because you cannot see the stars when there's darkness. So we need to be able to force sometimes and see where our community stands, what's important for the other person that he votes differently from me or my family. I know we all have Republican friends and Democrats friends, and we can be very passionate about in our different streams. Doesn't mean that the other one is completely bad. We just need to come more to the middle and embrace one another. I like to have difficult conversations and learn, like you said, from a different perspective. Am I missing something? Oh, I wonder why that person is thinking that way. Oh, so I think
I'm glad you said that, because the divisiveness right now that's going on, not only at the national level, but at the local level as well, is really disturbing to me.
It is. It is very sad.
It really needs to stop, and people really need to embrace the candidates with their record, what they have done. And that's what I try to do. I say, okay, don't tell me what you're going to do. Tell me what you've done.
Yeah. And I think we all can identify that politician that likes that it's we at the events to take a picture or there to shake hands. We as women have our instinct, which we take pride of that, right? Like, we know how to identify, and it's a thankless job. We need to embrace more public servants, elected officials that do the job and put their family also in jeopardy, in a different lens from everybody else. We need elected officials to take those leadership roles, independently of their gender and the background. But we recognize nobody can fool the people. We, the people, cannot be fooled, and we need to continue to empower that. As well.
Right. I like that. Well said.
So what next? How about anyone in the audience? Has anybody you've had those uncomfortable conversations, I'm sure. How did you handle them?
Don't care. Don't talk about the candidate, just talk policy. And then it becomes a very either short conversation, or you realize the other person is only voting for someone because they were told to, or just because they like them.
Yeah.
So we talk politics with me, I never mention a name. It's only policy.
Yeah.
If you want to put immigration on the table, let's talk immigration. And it was interesting enough, a lot of people agreed with Trump's immigration policy when I only talked policy. They actually thought I was talking about the Democratic candidate, for the time. But if you really just talk policy, then you're really, really challenging the other person and where they truly stand politically. And it's healthcare, anything. So next time you talk politics, saying, let's play a game. We're not going to talk about names. You're not allowed to mention names.
We're being challenged.
I love that. That's a great idea.
I love that.
Really
All right. Well, throw some policy ideas out there. We're going to do that with.
Pressure.
Yeah. Interesting. Just shout them out,
But
everybody.
it's the same
City, I like let's think about the city.
No, but it's the same thing that when it comes to.
Let me tell you, so me and my friend, we talk politics all the time. You know what really grinded our gears one time to live in the city? There was an issue, I don't know if anyone saw it, about the budget, I think, to put flowers in Rodney Square. Do you remember that?
Do you remember that?
It's a while back.
It's what?
What's a while?
I think it made the paper or something.
Yeah.
And we were just so upset. Because we like the flowers in Rodney Square.
Yeah.
But people were just like really, and then there was like, there's multiple things. Like we live in the city, we go like, we eat on Merch Street. We don't believe in the gentrification, but that's a whole nother situation.
Yeah.
So we're black, you know?
We all have topics that we actually care about.
Here's a crime. You know, I don't want to be asked what the time is when I'm eating outside of our day at 10 times. And my friend used to walk from, well, this probably 30 years, from one part of market to the other. Right, Rodney to Chase, right? To work, and she hassled every 5 seconds. But poverty is not a crime. But I'm like, no. Let's do something about being hassled to work because you're making it uncomfortable for me to live here. Uncomfortable for me to even want to have a business here.
Yeah,
and having conversations with some people like that is really difficult.
I love what you mentioned about playing the games of not mentioning the name, because that also applies to gender. And talking about women and politics, if you talk to someone about someone's policy and avoid talking about the gender, it brings a different context to the discussion too. If you, and it's sad, and this is also an empowering moment. If you don't tell anybody that you're a woman running for office or an elected official, the respect that is in the room changes completely. The perspective changes completely. So that is also a wake-up moment for us to how we support women running for office when it's an actual woman or it's a male. It's an interesting game what you have put on in the table.
Like just thinking about COVID, right? And there's a lot of stuff in the news about COVID. Like this person opened up the first hotel to take in people either struggling or homeless during COVID. And it's like, who is it? Right? And some people may actually think that's a male. It's actually wrong. There was a woman who set up the first hotel to take in people from COVID, and then a male mirrored that and bought a hotel to do the same thing. But if you don't know that, you think the man did it. No, the Sheraton was the first hotel that took people in from COVID. And do you know who stood that up? And it's like, we are praising a man for taking on a model that a woman set up, but she's not backing and saying, actually, I did it first, but just that's not who she is. And that's the politics we're used to. But now it's just, if you don't know, you don't know. And if you don't want to know, you're not going to do either. But it's like, those are the conversations I pull. Like, who is this person? We're like, oh, it's this. I'm like, ask this guy. So it's like, what do you know? You know, can't.
And it is interesting how we bring people in our communities together to political topics. I used to be this person that hear the word politics and we run away because there is a negative connotation to the world. And like, no, I am a stay-at-home mom. I'm not a politician. I don't. But every issue at the table that we all care for, it's a political issue. And we need to be able to embrace these conversations as well. Education, gun sense, gun violence, immigration, all of these things are political issues that the changes happen locally all the way up to the federal level as well. So.
I think it also goes back to the fact that the more we have these conversations, we realize we're not alone. Whether that's a race or our gender, I think a lot of times people expect us to move in unison, right? And the idea of moving in unison is different to everybody, right? We're not wolves. You know, we have thoughts, we have, personal life experiences that color our decisions. And I think when we're having this conversation, I believe this is what you were also touching on, that you understand where someone's coming from, and she mentioned a little bit earlier about policies around
gentrification. And I say quote unquote because I am an implant to the city. I've lived in Philly, I've lived in DC, I've also lived in Baltimore. And when I first came to Wilmington, I think right before President Key went into office, I was like, I would never live down here. I would just never live down here. And I lived out in New York a long time. And then when I came back to the city after some things changed, I wound up moving into the city, and I'm someone who continues to live here in the city. So sometimes when I hear certain things about policies, it's the idea of some decisions have to be made. Some uncomfortable things have to happen to try to make it comfortable for whoever it fits for. So just being careful of not having a picture. Like if you, to her point about taking the names off the table, taking a race off the table, taking gender off the table. What kind of person lives here? Someone who works locally, someone who, may make a certain amount of money. They may want to be on foot. They may not want to drive. That can be anybody.
Yeah.
And so we can't make policies or focus only on policies that, the sexy stuff, right? And make it uncomfortable for someone to walk in the room and say, well, actually, I'm happy that happened. I'm happy this is different, right? This is comfortable for me. I'm just using it as an example. And I think, having these kind of sessions where we can just say, well, I like that I can walk to work every day, or I like, that I have other options of buildings to live in and things like that. So yeah, that's my spiel.
Let me just say this, I'm sorry, don't mean to interrupt you, but that whole gentrification issue has really burnt my bridges, because the whole, I would just say that a lot of people don't understand what gentrification means, right? And so we've had this whole campaign about the city is gentrified, but there has not been displacement of one race and another one that's moved in, okay? Let's be clear on what gentrification is. We have not displaced anyone. So yeah, while there are 4,000 new residential dwellings in the city of Wilmington, there was not displacement of another race for one to come in. Okay, so that's been my bugaboo about that whole issue. So I just had to say that.
But it is, I think that goes to the lack of education part.
Right.
They're listening to sound bites or someone making one statement and not really, because I happened to be walking with a county person and was educating on something, because again, you saw a snapshot on Facebook that made something look, they just say, should we be supporting these people because they don't really see it, X, Y, and Z? But then when you had an actual conversation, and then people were actually calling and listening to them explain it, it was like, okay, look at the big
Yeah, it's not happening. Right.
And so once again, what you're saying is not just because people have not been displaced.
Right.
And that's that we keep it. And then finding out that there is a benefit to having in school 1,000 that brings in more tax dollars. That then again helps to beautify a city.
Yeah.
If you don't know that, then yes, you say, oh, they should just push this out. No, they're not pushing this out. They're making it a better place to live.
Yes. Clap to you.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about race and gender. I just want to throw this in here. Age is also really important to make sure you're talking to different generations about what's important to them. I frequently talk, and he always says he hates politics and he gets a grumpy face on him, but my son's 16. I don't know if you talk to your son about this stuff too. All the time. Yeah. And it's so interesting. When I bring it up, he's like, I don't want to talk about it. But then he will turn around minutes later and bring an idea with your kids too, like what, hey, this is what I think. And then I get to push him a little bit and he pushes me back. And it's just really interesting to hear what he's saying, because he's seeing things differently than I am, not only because of his perspective, but because the media he's looking at versus the media I'm looking at, what he's watching versus what I'm watching, what kids in his class are saying, what they're texting each other. So it's, and then my father too, who was 88, like almost 88, I talked to him often, and he and I are pretty much simpatico on all of the issues, but sometimes he says something, I'm like, wow, Dad, I didn't think you were that on top of it. But anyway, Dad, if you're watching, I know you're
But now that you mention that, do you feel like the younger generation is far more progressive, right? And people of my age, a little older, a little bit, or like in the middle, right? I find that I'm having trouble dealing with the far left, because what I'm struggling with is that there's not a certain accountability on how some of these policies come to fruition, on how do you make these, everything has to be free. How do you make it free for everybody? Can't afford that. Like, how are you going to get there? And that's what I'm struggling with. And you know, I'm just an older lady. I'm just saying.
I found talking to my son's generation as friends, I've gotten the whole mix from far left to even some more conservative views that are more, you know, much more conservative than me. And so when I hear them, I often ask, like, where are you getting that information? And that's what kind of concerns me, is the information gathering and what's trusted and what's not.
But like I mentioned earlier, we are at the age where our attention span is very short. We need to be careful with that on all components. We also need to be careful of where do we get the news, misinformation, disinformation. I continue to mention that because I know in particular my community is a victim of that. It's easy to put a clip, to put a technology on it, and then you believe it, and you don't have the time to dig deep into it. There is a very small group of people that like politics and then embrace policies and know who's doing what. But the reality is that the majority of America are focusing on putting food on the table, and what they see when it comes to politics, it's my gas is very expensive. It's hard to take my kids out on a vacation, and it's hard to put food on the table, to embrace those difficult topics and bring people together, having difficult conversations. Is let's make sure that our community knows how to dig deep into the factual, the information, so they can be able to make a decision. And if they make a decision, whether it's not what we agree on, that is what a democracy is at the end of the day, right? Like, we need to embrace the different perspectives from people, I believe. So. Good stuff. Okay.
What else? What's going on?
Delaware politics.
Yeah,
let's talk about
Delaware
it.
politics.
Let's talk about that part.
We have someone in.
Okay.
I actually have a question. What would you say to somebody who's a millennial, a Gen Z, Gen Y? How would they get involved in politics right now if they wanted to do so?
Well, that's a great question. I have a couple of friends of mine, their daughters have expressed interest in helping me, and so that's a good way. But I see there being a lot more grassroots efforts to get people involved from the younger generation on, because, you know, we need that. I think that's been one of the exciting things about the change of events that put Vice President Harris, you know, on the top of the ticket. So, you know, I think anything and everything. We need to do anything, like student groups. The March for Our Lives was a great way to get young folks involved in the prevention of gun violence. So there's been a lot of efforts like that didn't exist when I was growing up, you know. So I've been excited about that. But what else? What other things?
I would say that tying it to the different generations, this is a very unique time in history. I have a 22-year-old brother, and every time we talk about policy or politics or religion or anything, I say, okay, do something about it. What are you doing? And my solution from my corner is hopefully that they can see, lead by example. I'm doing this, I'm knocking doors, I'm getting engaged. I need to embrace the policies and learn more, and hopefully they will see the efforts and you'll spark curiosity,
and they'll get involved. And the same thing with my 16-year-old son. You just need to lead by example, like Michelle Obama, to kind of circle it back to the beginning. Do something. Don't wait for the party to call you. And if you care about clean water, do something about it. If you care about the streets and clean streets, do something about it. I think empowering them, this is a different generation because, yes, even though we are facing a lot of conflicts worldwide and locally, our grandparents were the ones fleeing their countries to look for a safe harbor. Many of us have struggled economic depression, not depression 1940s, but it's a struggle in general. But so this is a generation that has less struggle, and there are so much information there that I think the power of media and technology, we just had to spark curiosity and empower them to make a change with something.
Is anyone's kids here interested? Is your son interested in politics? Your boys, your kids? Any like?
Oh no, my son is so far away from that. He has no interest in politics. But I was going to say it is really important to, as you were saying, to make sure we're spreading the word and getting things out there so people can get involved. But to encourage millennials or even people younger to get involved in politics. I think Delaware is the best place to do that, right? Yes, all of our elected officials are so accessible, right? Like from the president down, right? It's crazy. Like who doesn't have a picture with Joe Biden? Right? Like everybody does. So I mean, I would like really dive into like the research of different candidates and try to make contact and do some volunteering. And then beyond that, see if there's a job that you're interested in. I don't know. I would ask you, are you sure if you said you want to work in politics? But no. It's a fantastic opportunity for anyone that wants to get involved. But I would really recommend to just do some research and reach out to candidates that you're impressed with and see if you can get involved that way.
I've drugged my kids through politics. I mean, my oldest will be 34, so they've been there with me from the very beginning, and my daughter actually works for a politician right now. But I guess in terms of the kids, the millennials, it's really kind of getting them to look at issues just that matters to them, right? Because I want to get Social Security one day. I don't know about y'all, but I want to get it. And so they're not looking at Social Security like the way that I'm looking at that issue, right? They're not. I mean, they're staying on a job, maybe 2 or 3 years. They're not worried about a pension. I'm worried about my pension. I mean, it's a different education that needs to happen, right? Yeah. So. And what I said is spark curiosity, but also my perception as a migrant, an immigrant, really, and the reality too, even if you're not an immigrant, the reality is that you want the next generation to have access to things that you didn't have.
Yeah.
That's like the ultimate goal, right? You want your kids not to have the same struggles. I know my parents work really hard to move the generation forward. So being able for millennials and generation X and Y and Z, all of them, to have skin in the game and to feel empowered. It's as easy as writing a letter complimenting something or complaining about something. Tell me about it. In the kitchen table, let's talk about what do you see, what do you don't like, and having these complex conversations in the house with your family. I think it's a good way to spark the new generation of young politicians as well.
Well, I think like before we leave here, because like I said, I keep saying it, September 10th is coming up.
Yes.
Tuesday. It's very important. So at the state level, at the local level, what are people really looking for? I want to hear something like that's going to get me going. So
Delaware politics.
Delaware politics, please.
I think it's the authenticity of the candidates and the work that they do.
That's what I like.
And I heard you earlier mention there's a lot of negative talk that's going on right now. Who's who and who's right. And the reality is that we need to continue to educate our circles about the facts, about the policies, the work that people have done, the track record that people that are running the current office positions have truly done to serve the people of the Delaware. There's a great opportunity to have an impact across the state, from top to bottom, and to unify the state. And I don't know that everyone truly understands the importance of this particular election, specifically the impact that it has for women. So being here in front of all of you and listening to your voices, really encompassing the power of women, the power that we have through skirts to pants, and the work that we have done is so pivotal for the state. And I just really hope that women, Delawareans, but women in particular, are really paying attention to the legacy of the work that the current candidates that are running for office, for all positions, really have done to serve the state well.
I'm glad you said that, because I think on some level that we have given grace to some women that, deserve it or not, we've given grace to. And so your track record is your track record. And I hope when you guys leave here, you understand that even if you're a woman, you don't, just because you're a woman, you don't deserve my vote. Your work needs to speak to me, needs to speak to my heart, needs to speak to my mind. And so I hope when we leave here today that we understand that while women, this groundswell with Kamala, but we need to stay true to our character and what's important to us.
Definitely. At the same time, I will kind of flip the coin a little bit. At the same time, I'm on the position, it was like, I am tired of all these male politicians that have been there for a long time, and they don't understand my perspective as a woman, making decisions on my body, on my family. So I feel like, why not? We continue. The female voter, it's extremely important on this election, and has been in the past, and will always be, because we truly can flip any results if we actually dig into the policy. But I feel like they have done, male elected officials have done their job and their duty, but why not give the same space to all women elected officials and see how they can mess it up? I doubt that they will mess up the same level that the male counterparts
There's
have.
some people got track records. I'm just saying, there's some people got it.
But I'm willing, I understand that, like, don't vote for a female, for a woman, just because we have that in common, the gender. But why not? Like, there's a different perspective and understanding.
I think we can look at Congress and see some women that shouldn't be in Congress, right? I don't know the name.
We're sparking uncomfortable conversations and positions. I love it.
You live in the city?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
We have. Oh. So, like, as a city resident, right?
Yes.
When 2017, I bought my house in the city.
Yes.
So I like where the city has been going consistently every year, right? I've seen the benefits. My best friend has moved here. She probably moved to the city after I known her for years and years. I like the businesses that are there. I like the fact that Insight's coming. I like that more businesses.
She's
I have, and like at a poker table, right? I have no reason to take a risk in changing my bet right now. I'm going to vote for the candidate who is consistent on building on top of what has already been done, because I like what's been done. The candidate that's mentioning, you know what, it's time to take a left, and let them know we ain't turning it. Like, I like where we're going. So if you're not consistently going to build on what's been there consistently now, which I like and what I see has helped our city, and you're like, you know what, it's time to take a redirection, I will agree with that. Because what does that redirection want to do with the foundation that was built?
Yeah.
You know, and especially as a city resident, I know what the city looked like when I was a kid. I did live in the city because I was raised in Delaware. And when I went to Warden State and I came back, I was like, listen, it's great. So it's just, it's not time to make that change yet. I mean, I'd love to bet on women. Unfortunately, I haven't heard a women candidate, which in how she's going to build on what the city has consistently done in the past 8 years. And that's just mine.
Good, and that's
what I was saying, actually, piggyback on, I think we should give ourselves permission, just never sound bad, to vote selfishly. Because if everyone actually goes and votes, to your point earlier, that is our permission to vote for what's important for us, because I'm expecting you to vote what's important for you and make the best person, right? Because otherwise, if I'm expected to always worry about everybody else instead of actually voting for the issues that I find to be valuable, it devalues the process. And I think that's the age thing. I think that may be part of the break with so many younger generations, right? Because, oh, it's not cool to vote for this, or you're not cool because you think this way, right? Whereas if we just gave permission for cats to think the way they want, or like you vote for who you want to vote for, then it's less pressure. It's important to you're given a space to have an opinion, use that space. And we're all just going to use it, and that's it. Like, it doesn't have to, I don't want to say be that deep, that's layman, but it really doesn't. I'm going to go vote because people are doing it anyway.
Yeah.
Right? We can all sit and have this conversation, and we're like, we're all going to vote for Billy Bob, and then they go in, they're like, actually, I'm just vote for Vanessa. Give the space.
Yeah.
For people to be able to just go ahead and do what it is that they want to do.
I appreciate that. That's good.
Me too. I want to voting. Oh, I want to say, speaking of voting, has anybody ever attempted the early voting process? Oh, I have big hands. Okay, great. And what are your thoughts? Yay, nay, good.
You can vote now.
Yeah, you can vote now. I will say, especially for. My son was in the hospital over the winter for several months, and I was thinking about the early voting recently because all of those caretakers and the nurses, the doctors, the aides, the clerks, everybody, 12-hour shifts, 7 to 7. When are they going to really get a chance to vote? And people who are sick or going away, like it's just such a great option. So. If anybody is tied up on the 10th of September, you can vote now. Early voting spaces. Yes.
One of the things that I want to end is the importance of actually going to the polls and vote. Like democracy is, we have heard it so many times, but democracy is very fragile. And the participation rate in the United States of America, it's so small in comparison to our overall population. So at the end of the day, those few that go to the polls are the ones making the decision for all of us. So I will encourage everyone to talk to 10 people and take them to the polls and write together and make sure they have their coffee and they're awake. Because this election is truly crucial, but every single election every 2 years.
And thank the crucial. People that are working at those polls, because they are working long days for not a lot.
And I like pushing that button.
Yeah,
I just get great satisfaction.
Yeah, I just want to say all elections, and excluding
school board. Thank you. Great point. We've not mentioned that. We should have started that.
State exam relative to education. It's critical that we get out to school board meetings as well as elections. So
that's a great point. Thank you. Yep. And those are mostly in May.
Okay, it's wonderful.
All right. So wow. So that's the conclusion of Women in Politics. We had a lot of fun topics within the topic that were great and inspiring, and everybody go vote.
Go vote. Right. So vote. So.
Hi, I'm Kendall. I'm an education advocate and a mom. And I'm here with my friends today on Detv Every Woman. And we're going to be talking about managing life. But before we get to that, we're going to introduce ourselves.
Hey, how's everybody doing? My name is Shayna Starks. I am a comic book writer and a singer-songwriter. I am so happy to be on Detv Every Woman.
I am Mecca Joy. I am an entrepreneur and HR professional, and I am super excited to be here.
And last, but certainly not least.
Hey, y'all. I'm Max Vanity. I, too, am a writer. I write reviews in the space of travel, dining, leisure, and novelty, and I write music as well.
So today we're talking about managing life. And earlier you said,
I drop coffee on
this. I can do this. So tell us, how does it that you manage life?
So I did name drop Stephen Covey. I am of the school of Covey, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And you know, those habits include being proactive, putting first things first, which is a big component of time management. Understanding time management is exactly how you manage life.
Okay. I don't know about you. You're not supposed to time management at me. Like, procrastination is a thing. What about you guys?
I'm definitely working on not procrastinating because I don't like rushing, and I don't like for my work to come back. As an entrepreneur, I do graphic design. And if I procrastinate and a project is due and, you know, I wait till the last minute, client might come back and want edits, and, you know, then the service, you know, my service diminishes. So I try to get it done as soon as possible. That way I'm not waiting till the last minute. I learned that in college too. I procrastinated a lot, and sitting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, writing papers was not fun. And, you know, I know that my grade definitely was affected by procrastinating. So I try not to as much as possible in these recent years.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a procrastinator. I work well under pressure. Like, even when I write music, like, I literally can be outside of the studio. I'm like 10 minutes to go, and I'm like, all right. And I think I'm getting good music going on here. But yeah, I do struggle with that. So if y'all can give me some pointers, I am all open ears.
Well, so managing life is also, it's not just about time, but it's about like relationships and health, right? Do you take care of you first, or do you put everybody else in front of your needs?
So here's how it went for me. Obviously, we all have those friends who just seem to have it all together. And I had a friend, and she just seemed to have it all together. And for my birthday, she bought me a planner, like pen to paper, planner. And I was like, oh, what?
Yeah, nothing.
But it was a happy planner. And I don't know if you guys know what the happy planner is. It has like all these stickers and stuff like that. And then one day I just opened a planner. I'm like, okay, I like stickers. Then I went to Michael's and got me some like colored pens. And I'm like, this is my life. So my life should look good. And then while I was writing these things down, it would get etched into my brain, and it would haunt me, because I already wrote at 11 o'clock, I'm gonna do this. And then I got the stickers, and I did all that, and I'm like, well, my life looks beautiful. It looks like a great life. And it was so great about the happy. I started putting pictures into it. So at the end of the year, I had a scrapbook. I didn't have a planner. Okay. So, and then something about
check hair off. There you go.
The thing, the way that that feels, it is. And I'm not gonna sit here and act like Captain America, like it's always getting done. I'm gonna tell you my little hack. These days when I write in my planner, I don't write the dates. So if I write on Tuesday, I'm gonna file my taxes, and I don't file my taxes on Tuesday, but I don't write a date, and I just continue to write my tasks. On Tuesday, I will see that same Tuesday with those same tasks until they actually get completed.
Except that you gotta file taxes.
Well, I mean, I got a couple of them. That's right.
Google Calendar is my friend. I always tell everybody, if you are not on my calendar, I'm sorry. It didn't happen. I never talked to you. So that's something that I do use every single day. How about you?
I use Google Calendar, but also I read a book recently. It was called The 5-Second Rule. I can't remember the lady's name, but she's a famous author. And yeah, not Brene Brown. It was Mel Robinson. Yes.
Yep.
And in that book, it was like literally her saying, when you think about something, you got to count 5 seconds and then you go do it. I'll be honest, that helped me a lot. Waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning, wanting to get up, go work out and do different things before my day started was very important to me. And I didn't know how else to do it. So I joined a group, and that group woke up at 5 a.m. But there were some days where I didn't feel like getting up, and it would be that I would hear Mel Robinson in the back, like, 5 seconds, Mecca, 5 seconds, get up, let's go. So that is one way that has helped me with not procrastinating or putting things off and not doing it. But I think mental health is important with that. I think when you procrastinate and you put things off, a lot of times you're either distracted or, you might be suffering from some self-doubt or, some things that you just don't want to do it just yet, So I think that, definitely paying attention to where you may be struggling to get those things done is definitely important as well.
I want to say, though, the procrastinators that on this couch are telling you, we're like,
y'all good. Yeah.
I do, but for me, the procrastination is like, I do it better, right? Because I promised myself that I would get it done. So I'm going to fall on my face, so I will get it done. Yeah. And just,
yeah, sometimes you need accountability partners too.
When it comes to art comes from within. So you create that on your own accord. So any artists I work with, any creators I work with, that has to come from within. So when it comes to art, I'm always just like, when you feel it, then you do it. Never with art do I expect a deadline. I always welcoming. But when it comes to my articles, which are a little bit more critical, that can be done. It has to get done. Proactivity is doing the grunt work, the things that we don't want to do. And if we're saying to ourselves, I'm not bored. Like, really? All right. And these are the questions that I have with myself, because I say, well, you think you want that in a bag of chips? Well, I don't see no chips.
Sure. Yeah. Fulfiller. I think it all depends too on what's important. Like, if it's washing the dishes, I might procrastinate. You know what I mean? That can wait until later. But certain things, I don't know.
So somebody brought up the mental health piece. I think this is that managing life piece, right? Right. What is it about life that makes us sometimes crazy and not able to manage, right? What is it in your life? Do you have things in your life that get hard in life sometimes?
Stress and anxiety. Like, I have a lot of people saying you need to stop having people live in your head that don't pay rent. And that always sits in my head, because I'm always like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And it could be something that I don't even know is wrong with me. I just be on edge one day. But that's why I had actually started my comic books, because it helps me relieve some of the anxiety. I may be writing about a man in my comic book and getting all my frustrations out in the book, rather than, telling them face to face. So it's just different coping methods for anxiety relief.
That's managing life, right? Finding those different hacks, finding that happy planner, the comic book, and
I got a hammock outside of my house. I have a hammock outside of my house. Recently, I've really been going in and doing things that really bring me joy. So, like, I like to hike. Recently, me and a girlfriend, we've been hammocking. So we go out to a park and hammock. I actually set up some cords in front of my house or in my backyard so that I can hammock. So anytime I'm feeling stressed, I go sit out in my hammock and I just relax. So I experience the anxiety, and I'm going through menopause. So sometimes when I'm stressed, I start sweating just like I just did now. And so if that's noticeable, I was having a hot flash. But that's breathing meditation is something I do a lot too. So finding what works for you, I think, is important.
So I gotta say, look, I think we're all gonna go get a hammock and we're gonna go hands like guests together. Go ham. I mean, one of the next episodes, I believe we're gonna be talking about menopause because we don't talk about menopause enough. Thank you all for joining us today on Detv Every Woman. We're having a great time talking about managing life and how sometimes we don't manage it. No. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
At this.
This episode of DETV's Her Perspective is brought to you by Blue Diamond Dental, where we make smiles that last a lifetime.
Good evening. I am Melanie Daniels, member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and tonight we're going to have some conversation about the Vice President's run for president. I am surrounded by my D9 Divine 9 sisters, and they are going to help me have that wonderful conversation. Sisters, roll call.
I am Joy Oliver Hunt. I am a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I serve as the Delaware Social Action Coordinator for the organization, and I am also the chapter president of Middletown, Delaware Alumni.
So I am Alexis Samuels, and I am a member of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, and I serve as the chapter president of the Alpha Nu Sigma Alumni Chapter, which serves the Wilmington, Delaware area.
Good evening. My name is Shanina Davenport Fogan, and I am a proud member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, and I am the humble and proud Delaware State Director for the state of Delaware.
So thank you, sisters, for coming and having this conversation. We know that by a number of speeches that Vice President Harris has had, she has said to all fraternities and sororities in the Panhandle to get active, to start to do something, to get involved. What in the world does that mean to you?
Anyone want to begin?
I certainly will. Our organizations have a unique opportunity to get involved. I think all of the Panhandle, by nature of our organization, have really been at the forefront. We have been stewards of our communities. We have been beacons of cultural pride. We have been protectors of our democracy. And so we have a really unique opportunity to get involved, whether it be election protection, voter voice, voter registration, voter mobilization, but to really make sure that all voices are heard in this election.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. And I think for Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, we're really focused on voter registration as well this year, and also voter education. So I think it's important that not only are we focusing on registering everyone to vote, but what does voting mean? What is that? How do we educate the younger voters, even maybe people who haven't voted in a while, in the past few election seasons? So it's good to still educate and continue to educate about what's happening right now.
Absolutely.
So I would have to agree. So voter education is nothing new to Zeta. We recently created a 501c4, which is Zeta's in Action. And that gives us the opportunity to have unlimited lobbying, have unlimited electoral workings. Our main focus through Zeta's in Action is to educate the inconsistent voters, because as we know, there's many reasons why individuals don't vote. And some of them have said because they're intimidated by the process. So we want to be able to make a change in that direction, just continuously giving that education.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you all have hit on those things that are most important: voter education, voter registration, and successfully getting our voters to the polls. So let's talk a little bit about that, because that's an area that I think sometimes we don't strategize enough to make sure that our community can successfully get to the poll, get through the election process, and make sure that their vote actually counts. So let's talk about that.
Absolutely. So you hit it right there. There's this phenomenon on social media with all of the D9s, especially the sororities. We're going to stroll to the polls. Yes, we're definitely showing up and we're strolling to the polls, but as Zetas, we're taking it a step further. We're making sure that transportation is provided to those individuals, not just our elderly, but all individuals who are without transportation, to make sure that they're getting to the polls. And that's in addition to the education we're giving them, especially our younger voters, our first-time voters, educating them on the importance of their vote, the importance of their voices. And this is their opportunity, not just to make history. We all want to be a part of history, but we want to see changes. And after you make that vote, let them understand the power of their voice and holding the elected officials accountable for what they say that they're going to do. So definitely transporting them there, but standing by them along the process, making sure they follow up. And make sure the actions are being taken.
Wonderful, wonderful. Did you want to
I
add
would
to
say
that?
just to piggyback off of that, I think the most important thing is the voter mobilization. And that is something that we will be working towards later in the couple months coming. Our sorority has provided us with kind of a guide. And right now we're kind of focused on voter education, but in the coming months, it's going to be voter mobilization. How do we get those folks to the polls? But it's also understanding which communities need us to transfer them to the polls.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's kind of what we have to start with, is understanding, okay, which communities don't have transportation? Which do we know are taking the bus or walking to get where they need? Those are the areas where we want to look for, so we know where to go to start to transport these folks to the polls.
Absolutely.
Voting rights has also come under attack in many states, we know, across the country. And so Delta Sigma Theta has been involved in actual litigation to protect voting rights. So I think that's important, to make sure that folks are able to get there. And then we've had an opportunity over this summer through our regional conference cycle to mobilize members. And we're on track to hit over 30,000 members that are mobilized and trained and educated around the issues around election protection, which is going to be really important. And then we are really looking to mobilize our over 400 collegiate chapters across the country, because we know the young voters are going to be really important, and getting their voice heard and making sure they know how to vote, where to vote, and the importance of their vote is going to be really, really critical also as we move forward.
Absolutely. So it sounds like from a Divine Nine sorority perspective, we all are aligned.
Absolutely.
I speak this all the time, and I'm sure members of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Zeta Omega chapter are really tired of hearing it, but I struggle with us working in silos. Delaware is a small state, and there is no reason why we should be working in silos. So what is your idea with regard to mobilizing together as D9 sisters to really change the trajectory of what happens in Delaware? Because if you think about it, we have this interesting demographic in the Black community, right? We've got our new voters. They're brand new. They just became old enough to vote. And their questions are, what am I voting for? Is it just for president? It's our job to take it a step further and say, it's not just president, but what impacts our lives, especially here in Delaware, are our local officials. And understanding what they are lined up with, and are they going to do what we need them to do for our community? So let's talk a little bit about how we get out of silos and work together to really move this community in a way that is going to change what happens during elections.
So I think one of the things, yes, we are a small state. We're really not working in as many silos as the communities believe we are. One of the things that the Delaware state directors across the board, the D9, we've come together, we've met, or we continuously meet once a month to not just talk about social action, but just the different things that's affecting our communities and our organizations. So one of the things that we did around this topic is we did a social media campaign. So we're making sure that our young adults are aware of, again, the importance of their voices, the importance of their votes, because everybody's on TikTok, everybody's on Instagram. So that was the first thing that we did as a collective. As far as going out in the communities, there's something that's coming up where we're going to be going out knocking on doors, asking, hey, are you registered to vote? Hey, do you need any information? Do you need any transportation? So anything that we're able to assist in, that's what we're doing collectively. Some of the organizations, I won't identify, who hasn't got on board, but we're all working collectively.
Okay, sounds like we have some work to do.
We do.
We have some
and
work
it's
to do.
And it's doable.
Absolutely, absolutely, because as I reflect on us getting together for this particular session, when I reached out to each one of you and said, listen, this needs to be not just Alpha Kappa Alpha talking about the excitement of their member, Vice President Harris, running for president. This is about the sisterhood. This is about Divine Nine Sisterhood and what we can do together to make this change. And getting this information, I believe, out through our podcast is one of the ways that we do it. You all jumped on board. You said, yes, absolutely. You worked through flying in and getting over. You worked through, hey, Melanie, give me more details. I need to make sure that I'm on track. So there's definitely the opportunity for us to make a change. And so let's talk about this demographic, right? So we've got to talk about strategy. And I started saying, we've got those young voters. They're brand new. They really don't understand the process, and we've got to educate them. We also have those that just have said, I'm registered, but I don't vote. I don't vote. And we have to get them excited about voting. And then we've got those that just want to vote, but don't know how to get to the polls, don't know how to get things done. And then we've got this kind of apathetic group that says, well, my vote doesn't count. How do we make sure that every area of that demographic is educated, is empowered, understands their voice is important, understands the importance of advocacy and public policy and their role in it? How do we do it?
Yeah, I think from mine, I think that's going to vary from each demographic. You have, as mentioned, starting the campaigns on TikTok and Instagram and different social media platforms. That's going to cater to our younger generation. But I think the part that's important about it is watching and understanding what's true and what's fake news. And I think that's the hard part with the younger generation. Is using TikTok and Instagram might be okay for a campaign, but then they can get lost in what's there. So making sure that they are looking at the resources that actually do matter and are coming from reputable resources. I know one thing that our chapter is currently doing is we're working with the League of Women's Voters. And I think when you work with other community organizations that other people may be familiar with or know about, you might cater to a different org, maybe those who aren't able to get to the polls. A lot of members in the League of Women's Voters actually need help getting to the polls. So you have to kind of change how you're going to strategize to each of these different demographics given their circumstances. So it's important to note that we can't do the same for all. So we have to figure which lane are we going to try and aim with first, and how are we going to address the rest?
Absolutely.
And that's where the partnerships come in.
That's it.
Exactly. That's the key thing, partnerships.
That's it.
I think this is a moment. And you mentioned not working in silos. I think what was really inspiring is maybe just a week or so after the announced candidacy, we saw a collective announcement come out from the National Panhellenic Council, where we saw the leadership, the international leadership of all these organizations come together and put out a unified statement around voter mobilization and begin to strategize immediately. I think that top-down strategy does make its way down throughout the organization, and it really helps to leverage the collective strength of our organizations. We know that the message is important, but the messenger is also important.
Absolutely.
So when we are looking at collegiate chapters across the nation, across all of these organizations, when we're looking at this very diverse membership of our organizations, 5 years of service to 50 years of service, it really encompasses several age groups that are able to reach all of their demographics, their families, their friends, their coworkers, the organizations that they're also a part of. It becomes really important to really lend some credibility and to really get the ear of those that we need to change their behavior and take action.
Absolutely. Absolutely. These are the important aspects, I believe, of how we can be successful as a community getting those to the polls, is understanding the issues. I find that, as you said, Sister Alexis, that we can get caught in fake news. You know, it's a lot of it out there. So let's talk about it's Olympic season, and so organizations and PACs have purchased commercial time, and in that commercial time, I have taken note. There have been, in a time period of 6 hours, 2,800 impressions of a particular section of individuals talking about what the candidate can't do, won't do, will not do, is not capable of doing, has done, why did she do it? All of these negative impressions, and not one word about what we will do, how we will change, what is best for America because of this. So how do we make sure, other than TikTok, other than Instagram, how do we counteract these impressions that are coming across to us in the television that many times? 2,800 times is a lot of impressions in 6 hours. And you know, my mother used to say the number of impressions encourage people to purchase, right? So if you're up late at night, sisters, if you're up late at night, don't watch all those impressions, because they are there to try and convince you to buy things, and buy things that you probably don't even need, right? So how do we make sure that these negative impressions don't convince our apathetic voters, oh, okay, well then I'm going to go this way because this candidate's not doing anything, when that really is not the truth? How do we figure out how to counteract that?
So immediately I thought the word safe space came to mind, creating an opportunity for individuals to have these challenging conversations. Education, just educating them on, or encouraging, I would say encouraging them to do your own research. Don't go by somebody else's experience. The fake news, as Alexis has said. So creating that safe space, and then also just encouraging them to do the research. That was the first thing that popped to mind.
Absolutely.
I think we really have to encourage people to listen critically, but also identify what is important to them as individuals, right? Beyond our organizations. What is important to you? I had a really organic conversation with my 15-year-old who was complaining about the heat last week. And it was just a very organic conversation, but he said, we're cooked. This is the hottest it's been in my whole 15-year life. And, you know, and it ended up in a conversation about global warming and what was important to him and how many years he thought before we were going to have to wear special suits outside in the summer, but really framing it to him as an issue that's important to him, really elevated in a way that we hadn't talked about before, and saying, now what can we do? What can you and I do, but what can the state do? What can we do as a nation around this issue? So it was a really important conversation to have with a 15-year-old and casual conversation, but that's the kind of critical thinking and analysis and elevation of priorities that we have to do across the board.
Absolutely.
Communication.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest part of it, is it has to matter to you and what you feel and the issues that matter to you, because there's a lot of issues. There are a lot of things that's happening at the national level, but one thing may not be as important to the next person. So doing your own research allows you to see, okay, what matters to me and what do I actually care about, and who's, you know, in the area that I want to be in.
Exactly. So I think that as we look at our individual organizations, we've had resolutions that have gone out that, you know, say that we stand, you know, based upon, you know, mental health issues and suicide. That's huge now in the Black community, where it had not been before. So having that kind of support and having at least having some type of administration that is focused on the importance of that is going to resonate with those that have been struggling with that in their family. But of course, if you have not had anyone that has had mental health issues, I don't know very many families that don't, but you know, for those that might not, that's hard for them to relate to it. It's hard for them to come to it. So what do we need to do when we talk about the importance of what are the resolutions that our organizations individually have put out?
I think the resolutions are important because they provide a lot of framework around the organization's position. You mentioned the importance of our designations between 501c3 and 501c7, and the 501c7 distinction really prevents an organization from backing a particular party or a candidate, but it does allow an organization to identify and elevate priorities. For Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, they include but are not limited to reproductive rights, economic justice, health disparities, issues that are really important to a lot of people in our community, but really allows our organization to mobilize around those issues. And like you said, will certainly allow members and the organization, to really hone in on what's most important and then be able to decide from there.
Absolutely.
Yes, and I think that's kind of the biggest part of what each organization is doing, is that they are sharing with their members, these are the issues that we want to call out to you. I know Sigma Gamma Rho sorority is very big with having Black jobs for our Black and brown, families, and having those jobs available. They really share that with us, let us know that, hey, this is what the administration is doing today. Now let's see how it's going to be moving forward. And that is one thing that they try to push to us so that we can share that further with our members in our communities as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I would have to say for Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, our focus, not just this year, but more so this year, has been Black infant and maternal mortality. That's been an initiative from our international president, Dr. Stacey N.C. Grant, and one of her biggest focus is the power of she. And she just stands for social health and economic justice. And when we're talking about health justice, we're talking about bringing awareness to such a critical, sensitive topic that's not being talked about in our communities. That's on an international level. And even on the state level, just recently, we've been acknowledged by our senators for the work that Zetas are doing around that topic. So just getting that information out and that awareness has been our focus.
Absolutely. So as you all can see, there's a lot that we have to talk about. This nut has clearly not been cracked. So we're going to talk a lot more about it in the weeks to come, in the days to come. There will be more D9 experiences. So hang in there with us because we're going to talk about it.
Blue Diamond Dental, here in the first state of Delaware, provides quality dental care in a family environment. Not only do we take you from 6 months to 1 year of your dental cleanings, but we provide excellence in treatment. Please come and join us. 2300 Pennsylvania Avenue, Suite 2C, Wilmington, Delaware, 302-655-8387. We look forward to seeing you.
Well, welcome back. If you haven't heard, we've been having lively conversation about Vice President Harris's run for president and all of the issues, all of the concerns, all of the resolutions that come along with it. We've had some D9 sister conversation about what we can do to work together, to mobilize and move all of our Black community in Delaware to the polls. So now we're going to turn just a little bit to our youngest sister on the panel. We've got a millennial Gen Xer, and I think one of the areas that we need to talk about is this safe space and how to have conversation with you guys, because you are very excited about those things that are happening internationally. I have had so many conversations about what is happening in Israel, what is happening with Ukraine, and how our current administration decisions are not in line with what they view as right, and putting the lives of others first, right? I think that that's important conversation. I do. I think that international issues are important. But when you look at international issues and forget about what's happening here in the United States, then we're missing the boat. And there are people that are starving. There's mental health issues. We've talked about these things. They are real here in the United States. How do we have conversation that not only recognizes and respects that international focus, but also helps you to see the importance of finding the candidate that's going to help us change the U.S.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That's a great question. I think the most important part is realizing that most of our millennials and Gen Z is recent graduates or still in college. So a lot of these international people that they may interact with are their peers. They're people that they're seeing in classes, they're walking down the hallways with, they're seeing in some of their neighborhoods even. So a lot of times when they see the international in their neighborhoods and in their communities and as their peers, that's their friends. They're saying, oh, well, what issues matter to you? But they're not looking at what issues might matter to them. And I think that's the difference between what a lot of millennials are going through right now, is that with social media, they're seeing what their peers are posting about, and they're saying, oh, well, you know, these issues are important and the US is not doing anything about it, so let's call it out. But in the reality, there are still things in the United States that's happening that they should be aware of. And I think the only way to make them aware is putting them in the situations and exposing them to those communities. Everyone, we're young. It's the millennials. We're out and about. We are in the streets, as they might say. We're attending our community events. So when we actually see the homeless, see people who are starving, doing the service to help those, I think that passion grows. My passion, you know, is to serve the community. So I'm in the community and seeing what is happening. But if they're only at home and they're only listening to their peers and seeing what's online, they don't know, and they never will know. So the only way to be passionate about it is to expose them to it and say, hey, go out into your community, see what's there. Drive down the street in your neighborhoods. What needs help? What buildings need to be built? Things like that will help them understand it and get more passionate about it, because we need to be close to something. You know, we don't call our phones anymore where we're texting. So we need to physically be somewhere to get that connection, because we're not picking up the phone anymore. So I think it's more of having that in-person interaction is really what's going to open that door, you know, to be aware of what's happening now in the United States.
Perfect. So do you think that since you guys are really, really tied to social media, how do we transcend from social media to being in that same space together, belly to belly? I just believe that when you are belly to belly, eye to eye, chest to chest, that's when you can really talk about those things that are important, that move you. You can hear testimony of those that have been through it. How do we do that? How do we facilitate that? Is that rallies? Is that, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Is it going to the church? Wait, are you all going to the churches? You all are in church, right?
To the churches.
Yeah.
It's many different types, you know. But I think that's where we come in at, providing those spaces.
Absolutely.
Hosting the events, hosting the rallies, if in a way, you know, if we can. But more so, putting those events, because as you mentioned, social media is the number one place where they're checking. I mean, millennials, they're going immediately to TikTok. They're immediately opening the phones. They're Google searching something. But if they're searching and they see one of us having an event to make them aware of the voter education, the voter registration, what's going on, what issues are existing today, what issues do they want to see, not even at the national level, but even at the local level, even with school board elections, for example, even all the way down to seeing what's happening with our schools. We have to have those events. We have to post these flyers out in the areas where they are, on the school campuses, even if it's college campuses, high school campuses, because the parents are going to see it. So we just have to go kind of backwards, because we went away from posting things, having those things posted where we go. We're still outside. Just because social media came does not mean we're now in our homes. We're still going out. So we can still continue those things that worked before.
I love it.
I was going to say, our role as organizations is to really have intentional programming. Gone are the days where you just throw together the program you want to do and you want to see, and you just, you know, throw up a flyer at the local Walmart or the Piggly Wiggly. Gone really are those days. We have to really program with intentionality and really make sure that we're doing evaluations and we're measuring the outcomes and we're adjusting accordingly so that we stay current on our goals and stay current on our targets to make sure we're reaching the folks that we're really trying to serve the most.
Absolutely.
And I think that's an important thing, is just the evaluations of it. A lot of times, as you mentioned, we don't know how to get into those spaces. The only way we can know is by asking, hey, how was this event? Did this event help you? Did this event that we're sitting here give you guys more information? Did any event that you attend help you to more give you a feeling of, okay, now I feel like my vote matters? Are we putting those things in? Is that happening?
Right. Metrics are so important. Without metrics, you don't know the effectiveness of what you're doing, right? So we definitely have to focus in on these metrics and making those things happen. I'm going to shift just a little bit because I am ever concerned about nonprofit statuses being brought under this bright light all of a sudden. All of a sudden it is 501c3s and 501c7s that you have to watch what you say, you have to watch what you do, you have to watch where your money goes. Are you speaking as an individual? Are you speaking of as the organization? Well, what can you say as the organization? What can't you say? There are a lot of rules that I do believe, sisters, we need to talk about now because it is the elephant in the room. And there are more nonprofit organizations than just our sororities that if they say the wrong thing, if they do the wrong thing, that can threaten their very livelihood. So let's talk a little bit about that. The rules of engagement, let's call it. And I believe as an individual, Melanie Daniels as an individual, I can vote for who I want to vote for. I can campaign for who I want to campaign for. I can put a sign in my yard. I can wear a banner across my forehead. I can do all of those things as Melanie Daniels. What I cannot do is those same actions as Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Zeta Omega Chapter Membership Chairman Melanie Daniels, right? I cannot do that. And I think that we should talk about why it's important for our members in all of this excitement, because we're going to talk about why we're all excited, right? Because this is what all of this is a buildup to, right? Is the excitement of President Biden saying, hey, I'm not going to run, and here's who needs to run, right? But let's talk about what we want our members to keep in mind when it comes to this very important election season and keeping in mind our 501c3 and 501c7 status and making sure that our nonprofits don't have problems.
So I will actually begin with the focus of not what we cannot do, but what can we do? And the first thing is realizing that the education is critical. Conversations such as this is critical. We talked about transportation for those who are in need to get to the polls. All three of those things are things that we can do, and they're all needed and they're all critical. So that's where I would identify the needs of what we can and cannot do. I don't want to focus on what we can't do, because there's so many things that we can't do, but there's so much more that we can do. Right. So let's go out in the communities and educate. Let's have these conversations, even if they're uncomfortable conversations or unfamiliar conversations. And then after we have these in-depth conversations, let's stroll. Let's transport these individuals where they need to go. So that's my focus, is what we can do.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah. Just to piggyback off of, I think that's mainly what Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated is doing, is actually utilizing other 501c3 organizations that already provide those resources to the community and supporting them. We are officially partnering with When We All Vote, which is providing us with all the voter registration, the flyers, the pamphlets, things that we can take without us having to create it as Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated to protect the brand. And we also have to realize that, you know, when it comes to the election season and campaigning, it's more than just the two parties, you know, and so we have to realize that I, Alexis Samuels, can go out and do as I please, but as Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, we want to let you know election season is up. Please vote. Here's the education you need. Here is how you can register, and then take that information and do it as you please. And we just hope that they will go in the direction that we are trying to aim for. But as long as we're providing the education and providing them the resources, and they do go out and vote, I think we've done what we want to do.
We've done our job.
Absolutely. Like you mentioned, the organization is constrained to really, as I mentioned, platforms and positions, and not the endorsement of parties or people. But there's still so much work to be done around voter protection and voter mobilization and voter registration. There's so many things that we can do to make sure that voice is protected and that voice is heard. And like you said, that's where we'll certainly really concentrate all of our organizational efforts. But it's a unique opportunity again because of our membership, right?
Yes.
Thriving membership of college-educated women with all kinds of capabilities, and members in their personal capacities are able to do so much in terms of engaging with organizations or their churches. Organizations like Win with Black Women, for instance, are organizations that they can engage with and can do far more in their individual and personal capacities, but still have a lot to offer from an organization and a collective standpoint in such a time as this, and a historic moment like this.
Absolutely. Well, it is a historic moment, is it
It
not?
is.
Exciting.
Let's talk about that. I'm going to take you back to what was not a great debate. And President Biden, I do believe he is the congressman's man, right? He is an excellent political leader.
Yes.
He has this amazing way to bring parties together. He is willing to make the changes that benefit the whole of America as opposed to just one party. So we want to support him in what he's doing, and we want him to finish this administration strong, accomplishing all the things that he set out to do. But we know that he had to make a hard decision. And knowing how, media is so tough. They're just brutal. They just tore him to shreds. And I think that unfortunately that caused him to do some introspection, right? But the wonderful thing that came out of that was him saying, I have all faith that the Vice President of the United States can now run and represent this country as the next president of these United States. He said that. I didn't say that. He said that. So a number of things have happened, right? So that announcement came out. We were all stoked about it. And then became these webinars, these Zoom meetings, right? They were rapid fire, and covered so many different groups, not just us, right? So how do we feel about that? I'm trying to keep it calm. I'm trying to, but I am amazed at where we are as a nation that Black, female, vice president can become president. And that we are at this point. Yes. That is truly
progress.
Yes. Every time we think that, things aren't going our way, because of course we felt that step back with everything that's happened with Roe versus Wade, right? Anytime you're going to tell me that I can't make decisions about my body, we have a problem. We have a problem about how this is viewed, how women are viewed across the country. But when we have a Black woman that says, I am ready to take this leadership position and make the decisions that are best for America, you cannot beat it. You cannot beat it. So what do we feel about that? I mean, what do we feel about that? I am convinced that if we do things the right way, we can encourage those that might not have ever been encouraged to vote to do so. We can get our communities excited about something they've never seen before.
That's what it is. It's something they've never seen before. It's new.
It's new. It's fresh. We have to keep this going, right? We have to keep this excitement going. And it's difficult sometimes to keep things going when you see different things happening that are meant to change this momentum. So
it's our job to keep that excitement going. It's our job, again, to create that space and opportunities for us to have these conversations, have these parties for the collegiates to come out and celebrate this historical moment, and then again include that educational piece while we're celebrating. So it's our job as leaders, it's our jobs as citizens, just to keep that excitement going for the betterment of the United States. So.
Absolutely. And I think ever since it was announced, the excitement's been up. I don't think it's gone down yet.
Right.
I want to assure you that the international organization that is Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated is bubbly right along with you. It was, very shortly thereafter, our international president issued a statement really commending President Biden for his leadership and legacy as a statesman and a diplomat. And then that statement also included also really recognizing the Biden-Harris administration for their strides and really trying to create a more equitable society with economic opportunity and lots of issues that were important to the organization and to all of us. And then I think it's with tremendous pride that all of us in our organization across the world, all the organizations are really looking at this opportunity to think, this is a woman, this is a Black woman with unparalleled preparation who really has an opportunity to break the glass ceiling maybe once and for all and really ascend to the presidency of the United States. I think as a sorority, yes. I think we're also really excited. We think about the legacy of our sorors, Shirley Chisholm, and kind of the legacy there, and really opening the door perhaps for this moment. And I think we're all really excited and just feeling the weight of it, of this really being a historic moment for all of us to witness and to watch closely. And like you said, just be bubbly and enjoy the excitement, and I think really revel in the moment.
Right.
Really, and just be excited about it. Exactly. This is a very prepared Black woman who we all know is a member of D9 organization. I know many of us are excited about her HBCU education,
Absolutely.
As well. So there's a lot here to really be proud of in looking at this opportunity.
And I'm sitting here thinking of another word that's greater than excited, but that's the feeling. It's a moment. I know after the announcement was made, maybe 2 days later, we, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, had the opportunity, the privilege, just to have her come to our international conference and speak and just, I am her. This is what I need from you. This is what I'm willing to do. And it was over 6,000 women just surrounding her, embracing her, supporting her, encouraging her, saying that we are going to stand beside you. We are going to stand behind you. We are going to stand on the front lines fighting for you, just to let you know that we are in here in support. So exciting is not the word, but I'm going to figure it out before we finish.
Inspired, maybe?
Inspired, motivational, all of those things.
And you have to realize it's an opportunity for the country to know about D9.
Yeah.
Like I mean, even just with our coworkers, they would probably see us in our attire at work, and they're like, "Oh, okay, they're in a sorority." Oh, now that you're seeing someone in a higher seat that is also speaking the same terms that I was speaking with, and they're like, "Oh, wait, are you a part of the same thing? Okay, maybe not the same organization, but we're still a part of the D9."
Absolutely.
And I love that. She is going to all of our, attending all of our events. She's supporting all of the D9 organizations. Recently, she was attending our international conference as well. And it's the fact that she even was able to come on some short notice and make sure that she shared her campaign and let us know, hey, I'm here for you, not just one organization, but for all. So,
I'm not her spokesperson, but I will say it wasn't just when she was announced as a candidate. I must say that she supported the Divine Line prior to.
Absolutely.
Yes, she's a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. However, she was inclusive and supportive of the entire D9. And this is why we're such a great unit. And we have such a great influence on the community because of her leadership and her support, even when they didn't realize who she was or the impact that she was making. So I just wanted to make note and make mention of
Well,
that.
you did very well to not be her spokesperson.
And I can second that because it was last summer at our national convention where she was a speaker at the Social Action Luncheon. And I had the privilege to hear her speak there, which far preceded this candidacy. So I would say this is the ultimate silo breaker, maybe, that we were talking about, because we all feel immense pride and connection to this moment with her.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So there's work to do.
Yes.
It is. There's work to do. And I think it is incumbent upon each one of us to spread that excitement all across. I liken it to the first run of my forever president, President Obama.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It was a moment. Yes. Oh my gosh. That's what it feels like.
Yes.
That's what it feels like. Yes. Like every time you think about it, you get goosebumps.
Absolutely.
And you're like, wow, look at what we are doing. We are doing it.
Absolutely.
Black women are making a move. And she is, to me, the best role model of Black excellence. She is committed to change. She's committed to our entire country. She really wants to make the right decisions. So this is a great time. This is a great time. I think that we have to continue these conversations, right? I know Mr. Thomas would like to possibly have the fraternities on to have that conversation. I think that's a good thing to do. But I think we have more to say.
Yes.
Of course. We just have more to say. Right. So because this is every woman and it's because it's her perspective, we have an opportunity to keep this dialogue going, really do the education that I think is incumbent upon us. It's one thing for us to say voter education, and then people are like, what does that mean? Does that mean just registering me to vote? You know, we're going to have to spend some time really defining those actions that we want to see happen in our communities so that they understand what it means. We understand it, right? We understand it because we have retreats, we have training, we have power decks, we have all of the things that teach us about the importance of our vote, but everybody doesn't know that. So I believe that this work that we do on this show, and I'm sure Ivan will say yes to us doing it on a consistent basis, really bringing in the conversation and dialing it down so that everybody understands this is what voter education means, this is what mobilization means, this is what successfully going through the polls. I will share this one thing, and then we're gonna shift just a little bit. I had a patient come into the office who had just had this polling training, and I said, oh, well, that's got to be exciting because you're going to actually be in the center. You're going to be, handing off the ballot and watching those people, put their ballots in. And she said something very interesting that I think that we all should take a note of. She said there are several little things that can happen that will disqualify your ballot. If there is any mark, just a pen mark, just an impression of a nail, of your fingernail across a ballot, any small thing such as that can invalidate your ballot. Wow. So you think that you have a voice, right? Wow. You think that you're exercising your right to vote, and someone has actually taken that away from you. Wow. So it's things like this. I say that because I said, oh my gosh, we've got to make sure that everybody knows to pay attention. And if someone hands you a ballot saying, okay, Melanie Daniels, you're all checked in, and they hand me a ballot and it has a line on it, I'm sorry, please get me another ballot. I need a clear ballot. It's these kinds of things that really, for our community, we haven't been on top of, because the rules keep changing every time there's an election. And we have to find these things out. We have to strategize. We have to think about what can invalidate a ballot, because there are people that are trying to stifle our voice. Yeah.
And who do you call? if you feel like your rights have been infringed upon in any instance, who can help you?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to do some research so that we can share that, because I think making sure that we educate our potential voters makes them a very intelligent voter, and make sure that their votes, their voice is heard and they are doing their job to advocate for themselves, right? So we have to, so the next couple of times that we talk, we're gonna break down these things that we know have happened in the past. They will happen again. And although they might not happen here in Delaware, we need to make sure that those that live in Delaware, we all have relatives that are in another state. We need to make sure that they're aware.
Absolutely.
This, to me, is a really great ground for us to inform and educate and empower. So I really want to thank my D9 sisters for coming out and really spending time in this conversation. I'll tell you all that I sent out an email and I said, hey, here are the prompts that we're going to use to have conversation. And my lovely sister Shanita says, well, why do you have notes? And I need to make sure that I can get to my notes and actually cover these things. But this conversation happened organically, did it not? This is what we do. This is what we do. So we're going to continue this conversation. We're going to get together over and over and over again. I hope that you will come back.
Absolutely.
For us to have this conversation. And I hope you all will come back to join us. It is always, always, always good to have our D9 sisters together. And, despite what folks have put out into the atmosphere, we do love one another and we do get along.
We do.
Right, right. And so because of that, I think that we should thank our audience for being here. And please thank my D9 sisters for being here. We have had an incredible evening of excellent conversation. We do know that there is lots of work to do, right? And so thank you all for agreeing to be part of this work and knowing how we are going to reshape what this America looks like in the next few months. Thank you guys for being here. Have a good night.